Daisho_Shep was first.
Daisho. Easy first. All right. We open this. Sekiro, and I think that's it. And then we load our practice saves. Never missed a day. 100% hit rate. Holy. Who is this guy? 100%? Gonna run GameCube percent today. Hopefully not. No. That would be funny, though. Can I beat Sekiro on a GameCube controller? Okay. Not the best, Emma. Yeah. Slow Ishin, but honestly, you know, I would probably take that. That could get us a PB. Okay, that was good, Emma. I think that was partial mortal draws. I don't think that was the full damage. Yeah, which makes for a very unfortunate end when he also does the thing that kills you. So I had to do the backup. I mean, I guess it's kind of better that I had to do the backup, because otherwise I think I would have just died, because I wouldn't have had enough damage. Greetings. What up, bro deep? Okay. Good, Emma. Oh, was that late? It was late. Well. And then somehow that was late too. I don't know about that one. There we go. Okay. What up, Skittles? Rules of hitless and damageless confuse you. Does using a Yashiriku count as a hit or damage? It should count as neither, but it does not count as a hit. It does count as damage in the official team hitless rules. It shouldn't count as either. It doesn't make sense for it to count as either, but in the rules, it counts as damage. Okay. That's a button there. I wonder what that does. I wonder. Well, that's a little unfortunate. Honestly, wasn't that bad of an Ishin. Am I gonna play Crimson Desert? I think I've decided I'm not going to play Crimson Desert. I've seen a little bit more, like, people with review copies that have talked about it. And I think it is far enough away from my type of game that I don't think I will enjoy it that much. I mean, I think I might like it at like a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Just be like, oh, yeah, it was pretty good. But I don't think I will like it enough to be worth the time. Because I have heard from the reviews, even the people that say that they like it, say they hated the first like 10 hours. That they were like, yeah, it's kind of bad. But then you learn and you get a bunch of abilities and all of a sudden you're spamming super powerful stuff and then it's fun. And it's like, well, that sounds like I won't like that time. And if everybody hates it before you get just a bunch of stuff to spam, and then after you get a bunch of stuff to spam, I won't like it. It's like, what's the point of me playing it? It's a very divisive game upon release, yeah. This is the sad ending, right? This is the sad ending. Are you still planning on releasing the USA vs. France relay on YouTube? I was looking forward to seeing an edited version of it. I wish, but my editor I don't think is going to be able to edit down the entire thing. Yeah, I think it is too much effort, and unless I want to edit it all myself, which I don't think it's going to end up getting on my YouTube. I would still love to have it there, but I don't think my editor is going to have time. Like, ever. To be able to get through that much stuff. I'm not even sure if my editor got all the VODs downloaded to have permanent access to them. They might be gone now. I would have loved to have an edited down version as well, but seems like it's just not in the cards. Isn't much hand-holding, it's just throwing you in and discovering a lot on your own from what you've seen, heard. Oh, I mean, that's fine. As long as what's there is good. Like, I don't need to be handheld. But there is, you know, a difference between being handheld and, like, yeah, so the game doesn't explain absolutely anything, and it, you know, kind of sucks to play. Like the plunge edit yourself, that would be a wild one to get back into editing myself. Yeah, just 14 hours from 12 players' perspectives. Just go through it all.
Hey Mitch, can you speedrun My Little Puppy, please?
My Little Puppy. Is it not even My Little Pony? It's like a whole different My Little universe. Is there any possibility of getting Sekiro 2 or Elden Ring 2? Elden Ring 2 is maybe possible. Sekiro 2 I find to be very, very, very unlikely. Why did she do that? Usually she does that after backing up like that. Doing that point blank in the middle of your attacks, that's a new one for me. See the Sekiro anime trailer. I did indeed. It looks good. Very nice. How do you guys feel about Dustbloods? I hate that it's going to be a Switch 2 exclusive, and I might have to cave and get it. Yeah, I hate that it's a Switch 2 exclusive. I hate that it's online exclusive. I hate that it's PvP exclusive. I am not looking forward to it releasing. I will probably try it out anyway. But I'm not looking forward to it. Very nice. From your perspective, is Sekiro considered a Souls game category? Yes, very much so. I feel like at this point it's fairly hard to claim that it's not, with how influential it has been over the Souls genre. Okay. I didn't do that right at the end. I treated that like I was doing the other ending. That wasn't quite right. I was playing a claw game with anime figurines in it. I couldn't get it, so I decided to buy one instead of gamble. That is the smarter way. If you just want the thing, it's always going to be cheaper to just buy it than play the arcade game. But playing the arcade game is more fun, and is how I won some of those down there that you can probably barely see in the background. I got 2 My Hero Academia ones from arcade games, because it was fun to play the arcade game, and they only cost me, I don't know, like $15 or something, and like I think you could buy them for like 10 or something, but like whatever. Spend an extra like $5 having fun playing the game, winning, like it's fine. Otherwise, I would have no attachment to them. The only reason I have them there displayed is because it's look what I won, instead of look what I bought. It's going to have that classic single player experience, just more emphasis on the PvP. For Duskbloods, as far as I know, they have said there is not a single player experience in the Duskbloods. As far as I know, there isn't single player in the Duskbloods. It is not possible to play it single player, from, I believe, what they have said. So I don't think the Duskbloods will have the classic FromSoft single player experience. I think it is them experimenting with true, you know, true PvP, something that I don't think they have ever gotten right. And I think they want to get it right. That sucks, kind of like Night Rain. Night Rain you can play single player. This is even more online than Night. This is like only PvP. Not even like only on, like, I believe, well, I mean, I think there will be like enemies there. It'll be sort of PvEVP, but I don't believe you can at all play solo. You have to play in a match in which there are other players, and the goal is to beat the other players. There we go, that's correct. What game? The Duskbloods. I still like winning stuff from claw machines. The mind boggles. It really does. Excited to play Subnautica 2 from all the dev updates we've been seeing. Oh. I mean, I need to, at some point, go back and play Subnautica 1 now that it's been, like, finished. Because I only played it when the story was, like, mostly finished. So I don't actually know what the end of the story of Subnautica is. Is that a new game? It's coming out, yeah. It's FromSoft's next game that they've announced. I mean, coming out at some point. We don't have a release date or anything. We don't even know if it'll be this year. Actually, maybe they said it would be 2026, but that might be all we have. It'll be good variety for the stream for sure. I don't know, the variety of, oh, I'm so bored playing this game, but people want to watch this game might be horrible. If I hate the game. So, I don't know that there will be, hopefully it will be good and fun and I'll be like, damn, this is awesome. And then, yeah, it could be good variety, but. Or were you talking about Subnautica? I don't know that Subnautica feels like a stream game. Like, I know it is a stream game. Like, a lot of people stream Subnautica, but I don't know if it feels like a me stream game. Talking about Subnautica. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I like, it's kind of weird to play a game casually that I've already played 90% of. And just be like, oh yeah, I remember this. Not getting, like, you know, first-time reactions to anything until the very end of the game. I mean, I could, but... Subnautica is very far away from Souls. Are you sure? What if it has a dodge roll, though? It might be a Souls. What about Subnautica Below Zero? I haven't played that. Okay, that was weird. People say confirmation that Dustbloods is multiplayer is, quote, news. I mean, I'm pretty sure we already knew that. Nice, there we go. Don't bother with Below Zero. Dang, that bad? I mean, I didn't... Like, I never really had an interest in playing it because I never heard anything about it. And, like, I feel like if it was good, I would have heard something about it. When he backs up, is it always safe to jump MD? If he backs up into a move, yes. If he backs up into aura farming and ready to dodge you, then no. Doing a jump MD will get you killed. Yeah, there are 3 ways that he will back up. He will back up into the, like, Fire Flurry. He will back up into the Fire Line, or he will back up into the Aura Farming Dodge. 2 of those you can jump MD, 1 of them you cannot. Considering a lot of times you tend to skip hitting the last death blow on Ishin, I understand the reasoning. Have you ever had a run where your brain went training mode and didn't kill him because of training habits? Nope. Not Ishin, at least. I think I have done that on an early boss before, but not at the end of the run. Oh, really? Souls-like is just starting to mean good games or just moderately difficult, so it's not boring. Some people are using it that way. But those of us that fight for truth and justice, make sure that it means a game that actually plays like Souls. Fighting against the iron pineapple-ification of Souls-likes. Which, by the way, I love those videos by Iron Pineapple. Those are fun, but... So you get to hear a good definition of a Souls-like. It plays like Souls. That's the definition. You play it and you're like, oh, this plays like Souls. That's a Souls-like. I had to explain to somebody else say that Sekiro and Hollow Knight aren't Souls-likes. You're right, because Sekiro is just a Souls game. It's not even a Souls-like. It's a pure Souls game. And then Hollow Knight, yeah, not even close. That's a Metroidvania. If you can die, it's a Souls-like. True. Considering a lot of times you tend... Oh, gotcha. It also makes sense. You obviously have a lot of composure, but I feel like that's definitely that would happen to me. It would be funny. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen specifically at the end of Ishin that ever happen to anybody. That's not a time when you'd be zoning out and going into training mode. Have you ever selected the wrong ending by accident in a run? Yes, a lot. Probably greater than 5 times. Maybe not more than 10. Right. Yeah, I didn't get the turnarounds, so you can't do the jump. It's just 5, then standing deflect. Seeing how you do it, was wondering how often it happened. Yep. Anything with the Steam tag is a Souls-like. So true. Steam tags are interesting because it's basically everything that's even 1% part of a game. The Steam tag will be there. You'll play, you know, a game that is primarily a roguelike, but there'll be like a little driving mini game that is like 5 minutes and then it's over, and the Steam tag will have driving game on it. It's just like anything and everything that could be applied is thrown on there. Ever understand why people separate Souls from Souls-likes? Like Dark Souls isn't a Souls-like, but a Souls. No, you're totally right. I did it for the joke on because Raydan's saying Sekiro was not Souls-like when it is. But yeah, no, it's just Souls-like. Trying to be like, no, it's not a Souls-like because it's Souls is a very silly way to do it. Because yes, a game does belong to the genre that the game created. Yes, yep. Metroid is a Metroidvania. Yep, Castlevania is a Metroidvania. Yep, Rogue is a roguelike. Yep, that's the video game Rogue is a roguelike. Yes, yes it is. Yes, Call of Duty is a COD-like if you wanted to, you know, get the specific subgenre of shooting game. Yes, Halo is a Halo-like. Which Halo-like I think is maybe just like arcade shooter. Oh, Doom is a Doom-like? I think Doom-like is maybe a... Because like Quake is a Doom-like. So Doom is a Doom-like. I think you could say that. Metroid Prime, surprisingly enough, not a Metroidvania. Too early. Why does every game need a genre? To classify them, yes. To give some sort of indication of what you might expect out of something without having to describe every single aspect of it. Excuse me. Yo. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. If somebody said, hey, let's go see, you know, Project Hail Mary. And I said, oh, what kind of movie is it? You can either try to give me a plot synopsis, which could work in that specific case. Or you could be like, oh, it's kind of like an action adventure, like got a little comedy in there. And you can be like, oh, okay, I like movies like that. I don't know if that's actually what it is. I haven't seen it, but like especially if it's like, oh, let's go see The Conjuring, and you're like, The Conjuring, what does that mean? Oh, it's like a scary movie. It's like a horror movie. It falls under the genre of horror, and I go, whoa, I do not like movies under the genre of horror. It's much easier than trying to be like, okay, so actually it's about this couple and they are paranormal investigators, and what they do is they get a call about a haunted doll or whatever it is. I don't remember The Conjuring. And so they go to investigate it, and then you go, okay, hold. Are you saying it's a scary movie? Because that's what I need to know. The relevant information is this going to be a scary movie? Is this like a documentary about their life? Like, what is going, like, what, give me the description of what the relevant part to will I enjoy this is. And generally, that's genre. That is why we have genres, is a shorthand for, is this like to other things that I have enjoyed in the past? You know, there's people that every game that is a battle royale, they're like, that's my jam. Battle royale, I'm playing that. So all you got to do is tell them it's a battle royale. And other people, you tell them it's a battle royale, and they're like, I will never touch that with a 10-foot pole. Keep it away from me. So it's, you know. Don't have to reinvent the wheel every time and re-describe what a battle royale is every time you want to describe a battle royale game. It's just, you know, for some reason, Souls-like specifically, people have really intentionally misunderstood a lot, which is weird. I don't understand why so many people intentionally misinterpret Souls-like. to be things that play nothing like Souls. Yeah, I got a partial in the first one. But this should still work. Ah, just early. But is Sekiro different enough from the other Souls games to be like Metroid Prime of Metroidvanias? That's the question. Well, Metroid Prime isn't even this. It's 3D instead of 2D, so the entire way that you play with it and interact with it is different. Sekiro, you just press a button that's called block instead of a button that's called roll, and it's faster. Like, the difference in Sekiro isn't nearly as pronounced. Which is, when Sekiro first came out, you could be like, whoa, this is like the weirdest Souls-like I've ever seen. And in 2019, this feels different enough that I feel like I don't want to call this a Souls-like. And then after that, we got Timesia, and it's like, well, no, this is pretty Souls-like, but also Sekiro-like. And then we got Lies of P, and it's like, well, I mean, this is clearly, obviously Souls-like, and a focus on blocking and perfect blocking. I mean, that it works. It really works in this game. So wait, maybe, and you kind of, you know, adjust your reference and realize the entire games industry considers Sekiro a Souls-like, which is why it's been so influential on other Souls-like titles that have come out. That it feels like a natural bridging point into other play styles to put into the Souls-like genre. In the same way that, like, if the very first Souls games, let's say, didn't have magic in them, and then you had, you know, you introduced a Souls game with magic in it, you'd be like, whoa, this isn't Souls-like. You can't have magic in a Souls-like game. That's a completely different play style. And then it's like, well, then you realize you can just put magic into Souls-likes and it works. It's like, oh, wait, I get it. Is Black Myth Wukong a Souls-like then? No, doesn't play the same at all. It's like, the entire way that it plays is entirely different. I mean, obviously it still has dodging, but outside of that, it doesn't feel at all in any way of the same back and forth cool defensive nature. Buffering? Yep! Comcast sucks ass. We sure do love when Comcast is just fucking terrible and is really getting on my nerves. Just how terrible they can be. I should check Dark Mexico. Love to hear your opinion if it's considered Souls-like. I don't know. Never heard of it before. Ah! The core of what a lot of people view as Souls-like is purely bonfire-esque checkpoints. Leveling currency is also actually buying stuff currency. Multi-stat leveling and build creation. Yeah, but none of those is actually how you play a Souls game. That's all stuff you can put into a turn-based RPG, which they did. They did all that in Expedition 33. That game is not a Souls-like. Those are all individual aspects, but not the actual way that you play the game. OMG, Spellbound-like. Oh, good end, at least. Stamina bar is important IMO. Wrong. You're wrong. Not today. I don't think so. There have been many Souls-likes that don't have a stamina bar. Most recently, AI limit. No stamina bar, pure Souls-like. Impossible to argue it is not a Souls-like. Plays exactly similar to Souls, just without a stamina bar. That one missing R1 is probably gonna cost me. It did not cost me. Hooray. And that's obviously not even mentioning Timesia and Sekiro and, you know, even if you wanted to discount those and be like, well, those aren't Souls-likes. And I exclude them because they have no stamina bar. There are pure, obvious Souls-likes that don't have stamina bars. The stamina bar is just the posture bar. I mean, basically. They function for very similar purposes. You flew for the first time recently. Like on like a regular plane? Like... Or you'd like spread your wings. You'd leapt into the air and... That would be more impressive. If I had Comcast, I'd probably be lobbying every fiber provider in existence to move into my neighborhood. I mean, you don't think I've done that? I have called many companies and been like, hey, do you service us? And they're like, no. And I was like, could you? Do you think that's gonna happen? And they're like, maybe, eventually, no time soon. Like, okay, thank you. That was not quite right. I could have done that faster. You'd think it'd be really easy to steal business if Comcast is this bad? It would be. A lot of people would switch over. The big problem is, I have no idea how this happens. I'm not like a city infrastructure planner. My neighborhood, my like literal, not even an entire neighborhood, I guess. My literal street only has Comcast. One street over this way has like 3 other internet providers. One street over the other way has like 3 other different internet providers. And they both just stopped their service, not, you know, overlapping each other, but right before my street. So my street only gets Comcast, and they're like, well, we service right next to you. Would we really want to include you for all that cost? Nah. Or something like that. I don't know the exact. I could look at the exact mapping and find, but there's like a ton of internet providers that literally cut off one street away from us. It's so annoying. Yo, thanks, Max. Ah, partial. Okay, yeah. That, I almost recovered that. The fire was so close. Somehow I didn't get hit, but like, the posture was kind of off anyway, so I don't know that I could have won regardless. Got 20 meters of cable and internet from a neighbor on the next street. I don't think that's legal. Yo. Oh, this fight caused you most grief on your fourth playthrough, though. It's tough. I hear you worked for ISPs. There are different ways to go about it, but they would need to create a back-end hub that can contain your internet. It depends on the laws and what homeowners associations allow. I don't know that we have a homeowners association. Does every house have a homeowners association? I don't know. Too much to explain when YouTube limits your messages. Yeah, that's fair. Maybe we do, but my parents just deal with it, because we're technically renting the house from my parents. They are the homeowners, so maybe I've just never had to deal with a homeowners association, but maybe there is one. Oh, I didn't. What? Does not have a homeowners association, and you're better for it. Yeah. Nope, stop ending on a deflect. To practice the final bit, I need to end on an R1. Stop ending on a deflect! No! Well, whatever. I'll pretend and then I'll die. Well, I guess I didn't die at least. I need to pester Comcast again or something. Wait a good few months before. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just you need to constantly pester them every few months for them to turn back on the switch that says give good internet, and otherwise they'll turn off the switch that says give good internet. I don't know. It's... Depends on the neighborhood. The taps for Spectrum are either on power poles underground, depends on location. The place everything is HOA. The most annoying part is that I'm not the person whose name is on, you know, the Comcast bill. It's my brother. So every time that I call, they're like, oh, well, we need to speak with, and I'm like, okay, but I'm the one who's having the problem that I could describe it to you. And they're like, oh, okay. And it's a whole process, and they're like, well, we need his password to verify the account, and it's like, oh my god. Nice. So I can just get my brother to call instead, but then I have to describe to him exactly all the problems and, you know, make sure that he knows, and like... Then if it isn't fixed, I have to follow up with him and tell him to call back instead of just calling back myself, and it's annoying no matter what. 126, we still have internet companies that have poor customer service. Yeah, mostly just Comcast. Didn't I have a cat? Yeah, I do. Oh, I forgot to R1 first. Put the phone on speaker as long as he's there. Well, yeah, and I've basically done that before, but it's really annoying to have to take up both of our time to try to get it fixed, because it always involves being on hold for forever while they go, have you tried turning your router off and on again? Yes. Well, have you tried turning your computer off and on again? Maybe it's your computer. Yes. Well, actually, we're gonna do a manual reset of the router from our end, and that might fix it. It won't. You've tried this before, but go on. Sure, I know you have to go through the 100 things that don't work before you're finally allowed to escalate it to something that does. And it just takes hours every time, and I'm so tired of doing it every few months. Because they just inshitify their service. And then make it sound like it's your fault that you in some way have not properly reset your router enough times. When they know it's on their end. They know they made their service worse. And it's so annoying. They're just professional gaslighters. Their only goal is to get you to stop calling back. By being so bad, you don't want to call back. Understandable. Wish they had an express number for people who know how to run a computer. Right? That would be nice. Have I checked the Ethernet cable by chance? Just curious. Yes. Yes, I have. The whole house's internet goes out. Like, my phone disconnects when it goes out. Everyone else in the house disconnect. Like, it is on their end. It's not the router. We've had the router replaced like 7 times. Like, one time they finally were like, oh, we actually did find a big problem and we've escalated it and we'll get it fixed. And then it didn't get fixed, and I called back later and eventually somehow got to the same guy that escalated it before, and he was like, yeah, I did escalate it. The ticket is just sitting there, hasn't been touched. They're not doing anything with it. It looks like they're gonna mark it as resolved without actually doing anything. It was like, what? I mean, this isn't your fault, I guess, specific technician guy, but like, is there anything we can do? And it was basically like, nope. It was... It's insufferable. It's insane. I probably still is just that just never got fixed and probably never will. And it probably doesn't matter how many times I call back. Something about the specific line to our house has like some sort of something at like one connection up isn't right or something. I don't know. I didn't quite understand what he said, but it was like, yeah, it's actually on the lines itself to your house. There is a problem. Rerunning cables is expensive, ignoring the client is cheaper. Yeah, especially when there's nothing the client can do. I can't threaten to cancel my service when there are 0 other providers. Why didn't that work? That's why no one wants to provide in that spot, because it requires extra maintenance to get service up on my block. Maybe there's the city, when they were putting in cables or whatever, just did something really horrible for my specific block. I don't know. I don't know. I just want it fixed. Reminds me of Cable South Park episode. It's exactly that, yeah. And it's like, you feel like if you get upset enough, surely something will get fixed. But it's not like they know how upset I am. It's not like it does anything. Still nothing will continue to happen, no matter what I do or don't do. Oh, both partials. Well, we are in trouble now. Oh, and a dodge. And the dodge as I'm coming down. All right, Ishin. Genuinely, oops, all worst luck in a row. Sometimes you gotta go a little Karen. I mean, I've gone half Karen. I've gone, you know, nice Karen of like, I am not accepting this until it gets resolved. I am not dropping this until it gets resolved. The problem is then they, you know, they send out a technician and I'm like, oh, thank goodness. And then the technician checks things, again, finds a problem, escalates it, and then nothing happens from there. And it's like, who do I get upset at? Who do I Karen out at? If everyone that I'm talking to is all genuinely trying to help me, and it's some nameless, faceless person out there that's not doing their job. It's weird. Anyway, great time to be talking about internet issues. Tom, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Yell at the CEO. Yeah, give me the CEO's number. I'll yell at him. Because the amount of dropped frames we get is, yeah, completely unacceptable. Nice. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Nice. Nice. Sounders won! Hooray! Okayo Karen times 10. Oh, no. Going to Comcast technician board helped you faster than calling? How do you... What is that? How do you... Back in the ADSL days, your connection went from 50 milliseconds to 220 milliseconds consistent. Called the ISP and complained multiple times, and they ended up saying it was acceptable. So I wrote a strongly worded complaint and it got escalated to the board, and they fixed it after 2 months. Oh. A strongly worded complaint got escalated to the board. I feel like I need to figure out how to get that going, because that sounds approximately like what I need to do. I mean, the problem is, like, for any purpose other than streaming, like, I don't know how any other profession would even notice how inconsistent the internet is. Like, what other profession needs the internet consistently, you know, not even for a single 60th of a second to drop below 8,000 to upload. Find the text on social media, catfish them, and get them to fix the issue. Ah. As someone who works from home, I would notice instantly. Use Google Fiber, really love it. If your area offers it, jump on that. It does not. Trust me, I've checked. Anyone connecting to a VPN would. VPN tunneling into work. Really? Okay. Use internet for meetings, that would show it too. I think you need to connect to servers, online services. Okay, that was really weird. That little internet instability would have broken your ability to do your job. Really? Even for, like, a single frame at a time being disrupted? Then I'm surprised that more people haven't complained. Or maybe they have. I do remember, again, that same helpful technician that came out said that others in the neighborhood were also complaining. Which was part of how he knew that it was on the whole line and not just to our house. So maybe others are complaining, and they're just still doing nothing. Blue Fiber really showed you how much that ISPs just want to screw you over, and it could be so much better. Yep. She was a little squirrely on that one. So that was pretty bad, Emma, but not really my fault.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Okay, nice. I think I'm kind of good enough there for now. I don't know. I might practice it again at the end of practice. I might do a little start and end with Ishin, because it's the most important one. It's like, it's the one that's the most heartbreaking when you lose it on Ishin or Emma, which happens a lot.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Don't have Comcast, but the internet you used to use was good, but then it got bad, and then technicians were like, it's all right. Another relative near you who used the same Wi-Fi had issues too. In the end, you got Another Wi-Fi, it's alright, but I used to prefer the first company for reasons. The second one is alright, I guess. Yeah, I don't even have that option. I have no second company option. There is one option where I am. That's the big problem. If you can at least threaten to leave or actually leave, there's a chance they'll make it better. But if you have no options and they know you have no options, they have no reason to fix it. Did someone say hydrate? We have like cellular carriers that offer internet. Don't know how fast that would be. I'm in the middle of trees that make the cell service unusably slow. I have to use the internet to make calls. There's no way I could use calling to make internet. Couldn't do satellite either. Trust me, I have checked. I know. I appreciate the suggestions, but trust me, there is literally no other option. Nice. Almost perfect. Missed one headshot. Sell the Twitch partner yacht and buy a house elsewhere. I mean, yeah, moving is probably the only realistic option, but if I move, my rent is going to probably double or triple. Because currently we're getting a nice deal on rent because I'm renting from my parents. So they're giving us a deal. Sleep under my bed, I have 1 gigabit and the internet is more stable than the power. My cat doesn't walk in during stream these days. My cat never walks in on the stream. The door is closed and he's gone to bed. He's gone to bed in my brother's room. Great houses with my parents. Their house is nice. Their house, good internet, nice. Still kind of in the trees, but nice. Phase 1 ape is going really, really well. Phase 2, I gotta find the right spot to get the headshots. I'm not quite getting it. I got the backup perfect. That was actually perfect. I mean, the R1 didn't hit, so I had to do an extra R1 at the end, but that was... For that RNG, that is perfect play. Nice. I mean, yeah, I did temporarily move back in with my parents when the power was out here for like 2 weeks. Okay. I think that's about as good as I could do for that luck. Artist for 2 weeks in 2020s. It was maybe like a week and a half or something. I don't remember exactly. But like, I was just here at home with no power for like 2 or 3 days before I'm like, I'm gonna move my whole computer setup over to my parents' house. That is a long time, yep. Okay, I'm missing, I think it's the follow-up headshot. I think I need to go a little further left on it. Get a 2-week UPS for your computer and router and lights. Hey. Yeah. The problem is, trying to get the headshot, you have to intentionally avoid hitting his shoulder. But that can mean that if you don't hit his head, you hit nothing. Not bad. Yeah, it's getting harder to find things and stuff you just need to have shipped. Yeah. I guess he did a delay then. That was kind of weird. I feel like he should have staggered there. Missed a headshot, I think. Oh, I missed a few, yeah. Shouldn't matter for the stagger, though. What's my favorite category to run? Probably either Shura Restricted or Shura No Air Spin. Ah, missed more headshots as well. Good recovery. Only had to do one extra attack. Where do we see a blanket? Just want somewhere to buy a good blanket. I see what you mean. There are still physical stores. I do drive to stores if I need something like right now. I guess I needed to drift closer to him. Because that was all the right inputs, but the distance must have been off. No, wait, he staggered there? So then it was just that I hadn't R1'd him yet? Am I looking at playing Crimson Desert at all? I don't think I will. No. Even the reviews that like it say that it starts bad, and then they say that when it gets good is when you get a bunch of like abilities and stuff, and 10,000 mechanics, so that you can start doing like, and then I swing my sword which does extra lightning on it that then explodes for fire, that then sends out poisonous snakes in front of it, and I do a 64 hit combo with that, and it's like, and that's when it gets really fun. And I'm like, that sounds like the boring part. So it seems like people don't like it up until the point where it plays where I wouldn't like it. I mean, and it sounds like if you like that, it sounds like it's going to be great for you. People do seem to like it. Not everyone, but it does seem like people that like it really like it. But they seem to like it for reasons that I wouldn't like it. So I don't think it's a game for me. I think it's a game I wouldn't like very much. Like an endgame PoE build, kinda. Sounds like Elden Ring, 10 hours of pain until you got more stuff, then more pain. It's Neo 3 times 5. Yeah, see that does not sound like it's for me. Like, looks cool. Looks like for people who like it, it's gonna be very cool. Looks like it is the most not for me game there's ever been. Alright, we'll take that. For as weird of attacks as he gave, that's fine. Did I play Dragon's Dogma at all? No, because it didn't look like it was for me. Dustblood sounds more like something not for me apart from the devs. Also true. For you, it's too much. Someday on sale after patches, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Don't know how I knew, but I knew in my heart Crimson Desert was not a game you would play. I mean, I might have played it. I'm just saying, if I did play it, I don't know that it would... I don't think it would at all be a 10 out of 10 for me. I think it would be lucky to be a 7 out of 10 for me. And if it was a 7 out of 10, I mean, that's still a game worth playing. I wouldn't be disappointed if it ended up being a 7 out of 10 for me, but... I tend to try to play games that I think are going to be like 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10s for me. And then if they only end up being 7 out of 10, I'm like, oh, that was still good. I don't try to play games that I think are going to be 5 or 6 out of 10 for me, where I'm like, the upside is it's a 7 out of 10. Yeah. And thus far, I don't know that I've ever been off on my predicted rating of a game by more than like a single point out of 10. I think I basically know what I'm gonna like and not like with pretty good accuracy, which is not to say that I don't go into games with an open mind. I absolutely give games a super fair chance. You know, let them play on their own terms. Well, except I'm gonna play it how I want to play it. That's, you know, I am gonna play it how I want to play it, but I don't come in going like, oh, I'm gonna hate this, therefore, you know, let me be all super negative about it from the start, right? I thought I guess, no, I was, maybe I was wrong about Dark Souls 2, kind of. Like, maybe I thought I would like it like a 5 out of 10, and I ended up liking it a 7 out of 10, so I guess that's like 2 points off, but... But in general, I know what I like and what I don't like. Oh, I guess also Neo 1 was way worse than I expected it to be. I was expecting it to be like a 5 out of 10, and yeah, that was a 2 out of 10 for me. Hated that game. I had no idea I was gonna like Sekiro as much as I thought it would be when I first bought it. That's true. But I mean, that's so many years ago, I don't remember that. Recently, I have honed in on what I like and what I don't. Ah, shouldn't have done 2. What's my favorite childhood game? Probably Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. That's a good game. That's a good game. For enjoyment, do I prefer Elden Ring or Sekiro? I prefer Sekiro. What kind of games did you play before Souls-likes, or at least the modern versions came out? You know, other RPGs, action RPGs type things. Monster Hunter has been a big favorite of mine throughout the years. I remember they came to the PSP, and I got every one for the PSP, and I put in hundreds of hours into every single Monster Hunter on the PSP. Loved Monster Hunters. Played a lot of MMORPGs. World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14. I tried out the Star Wars one, although I didn't really like it. I tried out... What other ones did I try? I feel like I tried out like so many MMORPGs, but always came back to World of Warcraft. Oh, Guild Wars 1 I kind of liked. Guild Wars 2 didn't really suck me in. I don't know. It was kind of... It was like, oh, I really like the, like, exploration, and there's, like, you can level by like exploring in Guild Wars 2. And then I didn't really like the combat. It was kind of weird. I actually hated Sekiro my first run and powered through by pure spite. Then I played a year later, and now it's your top 3 game of all time. Yeah, it really is one that only once it clicks, it's like, damn, this is good. That's why when people say, I wish I could erase my memory of a game and play it again for the first time, I'm like, please do not erase my memory of Sekiro. It's actually so much better. Ah! Shouldn't have done the second R1. When you know it, than when it's, you know, you're struggling through for the first time. Final Fantasy 11 MMO or 14? 14. I've never played 11. Did you play Final Fantasy Explorers for 3DS? It was a Monster Hunter type game. No, I did not. RuneScape consumed a lot of your childhood. Yeah, I played a lot of RuneScape. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I also was a teen in the early 2000s, so of course I played Call of Duty. I played Halo, the good ones. Halo 2 and 3 online, peak. Modern Warfare 1 and 2 online, peak. I guess I wasn't even a teen I was like almost a teen. I don't know how my parents were letting me play those games, but oh, there we go. There's 2 headshots. Perfect. That's a perfect date. There we go. Back when COD was good. Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to look at the exact dates that things came out anyway. Maybe that was late 2000. I don't know when games come out. Modern Warfare 2 was kind of fun. Modern Warfare 2 was goated. Like, high key. Actually really fun game to play. Just online. Stuck on Genichiro for way longer than any boss. Yeah, he is like, he's the wall. He's the gatekeeper. You make it past Genny and you're probably gonna finish the game. You might still get stuck on Sword Saint at the end, but it feels like people either quit on Ogre because he's so early and it's just like, this is dumb. Slash Bull, I'll kind of put Ogre and Bull in the same category. Or they'll make it through that, they'll have a good time, and then they'll get walled at Genny. Or they'll make it through Genny and be able to do the rest of the game all the way up to the final boss. You missed! Jerk. Yeah, that was a weird ape. I think Modern Warfare 2 was the best COD ever. I think it was. Modern Warfare 2 balancing was something, though. What do you mean balancing? You picked any gun, you aimed at an enemy, you pulled the trigger, and they died. What do you mean balancing? Oh, I got a shotgun, and they're 100 yards away? Bang, they're dead. Oh, I've got a FAMAS 3-shot burst. Oh, I see an enemy over there. Bang, 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 they're dead. I just pick any weapon, see an enemy, pull the trigger, and they died. That was the balance. Nice. Me and Butterfly were easy, maybe because you had so many heals. I was a bit of wall for you because you didn't get any more heals for him. Lady Butterfly was the wall for you once you learned her. Got through the game, got relatively quickly compared to her. Yeah, Lady Butterfly is kind of an alternate Genichiro if you go that way first. Yeah, missed headshots. Missed both of them. That's bad. Gotta jump further away. Further away. Sucked at FPS games your friends played, so you stopped gaming. Just got a PS5 after last having an Xbox 360. Too obsessive and have literally only played Sekiro and Elden Ring since. I'm missing out on lots of good games, I'm sure, but I'm too obsessed with both of those games to really care. That's fine. Again, there's nothing wrong with figuring out what you like and playing what you like and avoiding the things that you don't like or maybe wouldn't like. It's nice to try out different things and find a bunch of stuff that you like, but it's not necessary. What about games like Duke Nukem 3D or Postal? Never played them, I don't think. Don't like Demon, need umbrella for him? You can just dodge the fire. Oh no, Comcast? I don't think I dropped any frames there. I think my dropped frame count has stayed the same. Okay, that kind of worked. I think all the main bosses were intuitive for you because they were like textbook lock-on deflect attack. Pretty much. It lagged for a second? Huh. Weird. Didn't say I dropped any frames. Saw something about a Sekiro anime come out. Yes, there is 2 trailers for it now. It looks good. It looks really good. With the exception of there's some flashbacks that they showed in the trailer that I don't like the way that they're indicating it's a flashback. I think it looks kind of off-putting, but outside of that, it looks good. Oh, that was not a headshot. I think I turned it in too early. Even has too much health, he requires more patience than other Sekiro bosses. Yeah, that's true. He is the most healthy, chunky boy. But he also, like... doesn't hit that hard. Like, I feel like he's... fun at least, even if long. Wow, I got like no headshots. Can you use Mortal Draw on PC by pressing 1 key? Nope. Hold block, press attack. A lot of people have trouble with Bolt because it's entirely reasonable to assume you can't deflect a charging giant animal on fire. I disagree with that. I do think a lot of people have Bull, but I don't think it's because they assume you can't. I think it's because they try deflecting and then take chip damage and go, oh, this must not be what the game wants from me. I'll stop doing that ever again. I assumed you couldn't, only him and 8. Well, why would you not at least try? In a game where they've got this nice deflect button. I don't understand why you wouldn't at least try. That wasn't right. Honestly, for how badly I messed up, that wasn't so bad. Only assumed, but then tried. See? Then you tried. See, that's what I'm saying. I think even if somebody goes, I don't know if this will work, they'll still try it. That's all I'm saying. And then I'm saying the real problem is that when you do try it, you get chip damage. Okay, only one extra hit. Owl on high enough new game is also kind of a health boss until yellow posture. I mean, on high enough new game doesn't... Sure. Everything is kind of that on high enough new game, but that's not really... I feel like that's not really relevant. Why am I not getting the headshots? Like, I'm doing something very wrong here, but I don't know what. I don't know if I'm too far, too close, if I'm supposed to, like, drift left, drift right. Surely I'm too close. I think I'm too far on that one. I don't know. Because I like, that was one where I went all the way back and I got no headshots. Oh, that was weird. Yeah, that was weird. I'll check this time. Well, that time was weird, so don't worry about that time. But this next time, yeah, would be good. Looks really hard to get a headshot right under him. Well, you'd never do it right under him except for on the double slam, in which case you do get it right under him. I'd actually get that one pretty consistently, just by turning sideways. Time when the fight goes as expected. Yep. Surely it'll go as expected this time. Yeah, his head hitbox is so far out. Okay, that was weird. I could have defeated him much earlier, but I was not ready for that. I was very not ready for that. Yo, have a good night, Sky. Yo, I'm a blue bird. Yo, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. It's the only game that's broken one of your controllers from deflecting, not rage. Ah. I mean, can we really even say it was this game's fault? What if your controller was already breaking? This just pushed it over the edge. Okay, I think I got the headshots that time. Because he stalled and it only took the one extra at the end. Not having a head makes it harder to tell if it's getting a headshot or not. Yeah. Yeah, I got them. Okay. So that's correct. So let me go till I fail one and we can diagnose if I'm generally failing too far or too close. I did not get them. I think that was too far. It didn't feel like I jumped that far away, but I definitely ended up being far. That looked weird. Yeah. I agree, that looked weird. What do I do the second hit to the left? Aren't you supposed to, so that you get the headshot? Are you supposed to do it directly at him? Because isn't that not a headshot then? You missed. Didn't I hit him in the body then? Because he was like turned like this? So shouldn't I have hit here at his face instead of here at his body? Second MD wasn't. Right, because I didn't turn left. Right? Where'd you do the second locked on? Could be jumping too early. Wait, jumping... Oh, because you're not supposed to buffer it? Oh, right. I think I remember that. You're not supposed to buffer it after the two attacks. You're supposed to do the two attacks, wait a little, and then jump? Well, that didn't work. Maybe that was an old strat where you waited. Maybe it was 1 wait, but now it's 2 no wait? I don't remember. Not second, the 2 hits. Nope. Okay, can you write out in a full sentence exactly what you're saying? On this hit of this mortal draw, you are doing this when you should be doing... Because I'm getting confused with the responding to what I'm saying after I say it. You do 2 wait. If you do them in front, you wait until the sword is over you. Okay. Do the 2 hits locked on, wait for the sword to be over Sekiro, and jump back. Jump back while locked on? What I have seen everyone else do that I looked at was unlocked, attack, try to go kind of past him so that you jump back and end up like landing at the right spot without having to do a weird mid-air adjustment. Oh, I was too far. Unlocked and jump back. I don't know. The way I'm doing it definitely has been not 100% working for me, but has been working for me. I don't know that I want to change to being locked on and staying in front of him like that and waiting. I feel like I just want to fix what I'm currently doing. Let me just stay closer to him. TBH. I feel like trying to get like a little distance on him, which I've seen other people do, is just like... Oh, it's just kind of weird. I'm just going to stay closer. Just going to stay right up next to him. Was at least close. I think I got the first one, and then I think I didn't turn left enough on the second one. Right up close. Ah, come on. I was ready for it. That was both headshots, though. If he wasn't weird there, that would have been fine. Yeah, I think I like that. I think that's the main thing I need to do. Stay closer to him. Whatever I changed, it's working. Hey, stay closer to him as he's getting up is the one thing that I just changed, so... But you're messing up the second. Yeah, I think I'm too far on the second. Because I haven't been staying close enough to him. And sometimes not angling it enough left as well. So get right there. Yo, Kami! Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Hey, stop missing. Yeah, I figured. He got stuck next to the wall, so I couldn't get enough distance on him like you're supposed to. How's Sekiro treating me? You know, the luck's been bad, but that's always true. You just gotta outskill the bad luck. Yeah, I mean, that was just, like, a basically unwinnable scenario with him doing the scream completely sideways to me. No way I could possibly hit his head there, I don't think. I want to replay it before the anime comes out. Yep. Surely, once the anime finishes releasing, on the, you know, end credits, it'll be like, Sekiro will be continued in Sekiro 2. Coming March 2026. And then it's just boom, game trailer. And then we actually get Sekiro 2. Hope maxing. Not quite it. Didn't hit him in the head. I think it was a little too far. But did interrupt him, so that kind of works. Surely Sekiro anime is just a marketing campaign for Game 2. Yep. It's possible to save that if you were called Yuruka. Yeah, Yuruka, I think I did see save that, but outside of that, there was no saving it. Outside of 10,000 hours on only Shura Glitchless. Concord 2, of course. Smile. Okay. Kinda works. Kinda. Perfect. Not quite perfect. I still missed one headshot. I believe it was on the follow-up of the Scream. Not the primary, but the follow-up. But the backup strat was perfect, I think. Once again, just missing that one mortal draw. Ah, it's so close. More left, maybe? I feel like that was left enough, but I don't know. You can go too far left and then not hit it. Okay. I think that was about as good as I could do for that luck. Honestly, maybe I don't care that much if one headshot misses. Like, we can still gold our ape. I think our golded ape has a headshot missing. Like, it's not like it matters that much. Ah. Okay, stay close. I mean, that was weird. Just want to say that I appreciate how responsive you are with chat. Yeah. I mean, that's the fun part of streaming, I feel like. That's why I kind of feel a little bad oftentimes when I'm doing, like, collaborations with other people, because I don't get to respond to chat as much, and I'm like, oh. You're not responding to chat, might as well just be local recording for a video. We got used to it. But see, the thing is, I don't want you guys to get used to it because I want their, like... It's not your fault, but... It's like during collabs, not only do I not get the chance to respond to as many messages, it's like then because I'm not responding, there's no messages in the chat to respond to when I have times to respond to them. And then I feel bad. Nice. We don't want to disturb your collab with Guardianade. Thank you. Uh-oh. Well, that actually kind of worked. Whatever. I guess I'm gonna move on. I don't know. I don't feel great about Ape, but... I don't know. Practicing Ape is kind of annoying because it's like... You only get the RNG that you want to practice, like, a third of the time, maybe. And you have to go through the entire first phase to get back there. Wait. How did you... What? How did he get double staggered there? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Yo, what up, Cell Kittens? Oh, why didn't that work? I guess that was too late. Okay, let me try thinking about it really hard. I'm gonna say the steps out loud so that I'm actually thinking about them and not autopiloting. Stay right, jump early, land close, directly back. Stay right, jump early, land close, directly back. Okay. Do you feel like the speedrun viewer community is too fixated on world records? A little bit. Depends. I think each individual person, each individual community, each individual streamer has their own community. But I think the pace pals that go from community to community, from streamer to streamer, are very fixated on world records. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think you should want to watch the world record, and I think that's awesome. And I love that if I'm chasing a popular world record, I love that new people come in and want to see that. That's all good. What is a little too fixated on world records is if I'm just doing a speedrun for fun, where I'm not going for the world record, so when are you going for world record? So you're doing this for world record, right? So how far off is the world, there's a little bit of a, not everything has to be about the world record. And not the, that I'm that annoyed by it, it's so bad, you guys are terrible, but just it is possible to do speedruns without any current plans for a world record. Ah, jump late. Vibe speedrun. Speedruns for fun, believe it or not. Yeah. I mean, still always with goals. Speedruns are still about goals, but there are more valid goals than just world record. I mean, I asked not like you're saying it without context or reason. Yeah. So, in the context of me being asked, there is, I would say there is a slight bit of over-fixation on world records. Outside of that context, not something I would bring up or mention or complain about or anything. How much longer do we have to wait for world record? A few years. This world record is too crazy. Yeah, this world record is ridiculous. Honestly, getting world records is really fun, but I don't really like to, in general, just chase world records. If I just wanted to chase world records, there's categories and games and whatnot where, the world record is so easy, you could just go get it. But I more like to find something I'm actually, interested in. So, somebody who just wants world record, there's tons out there to just get. But obviously, I will go for world record if I like a category and I'm good enough. But sometimes you're just not good enough, and that's okay. Simply get faster than 27:59. Yeah. What are some things the current holder does that you can see yourself doing that you haven't done much in your runs? Cutting out the gotchine sugar entirely. The problem is it will probably triple my number of resets by itself to do that. And it only saves 3 to 5 seconds or something. I don't actually know the exact timing. But that doesn't sound like a great trade-off to me. Get 1/3 as many runs finished to save 3 to 5 seconds. It's I don't know. Asked about Gotchinless Ogre earlier. Yeah. Whatever happened to Jimmy Skip? It's still a skip. It's just It's in its own category, the unrestricted category, that only 3 people have ever done. Me, Wormdog, the current world record holder, and I forget who the third person is who's done it. Alright, have a good one, Sly. Watching H run earlier. He seems to take some different pathing. Anonymous? Wouldn't that be a relatively easy one for me to do, though? I don't know how good Wormdog's record is in that category. The other problem with getting any record in Sekiro is the current best players are record hogs, where there are some people who will, if they've got a record in a category, they'll move on, they'll go somewhere else, they'll let somebody take it back, and then they'll come back and take it back later, and then you can get a fun back and forth. Wormdog is like, oh, someone's trying to take one of my records, I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen by using the fact that I'm currently better than them to get the record even lower so that they don't get a chance to take it. So Sekiro can be a rough world record hunting category because there might be a record that looks easy. You're like, oh, I could beat that time. And as soon as you start playing it, Wormdog is like, no, you're not. And then he'll set like a 20-second faster record just to prevent you from getting it. And it's like, oh, well, damn. Anonymous is the third unrestricted runner. Yeah. He's just that elite? Yeah. But elite in like a, you know, to criticize Wormdog in kind of an unfun way. I was exactly like that, but I would let other people take the record first, and I thought that was way more fun. Shura no air swim for like 3 or 4 years was my category. I had the world record. But for a day, somebody else could hold it. I would get the record, not even on a good run, and be like, I'm done with the category. I'm going to go off and do something else. And then somebody would come along, get the record. I'd come back, beat it in a day or two, and then again leave and you know, leave the record and say, okay, you can beat it again if you want. I found that to be much more fun rather than, oh, I've heard through the grapevine someone's trying to get my record. I need to lower it right now so they can't get it. I really liked trading records back and forth, was I thought very fun. I let them wear the crown for a little bit. Yep. Oh, that was way late on the jump. Oh, but it worked anyway? Don't know why that worked. There's a few cycles of trades if you think about it. Yeah, but I don't want to save cycles of trades. I think the world record history is more interesting with more names on the list rather than fewer. I recognize the perceived superiority of the I never let anyone have the record, I'm just that good, does feel like, wow, they're so dominant, as opposed to I let other people have the record, then I take it back. Still is dominant, but like doesn't feel as dominant. Ah, well, that didn't work. Feels like friendly-ish competition, yeah. And it got more people to run the category that I really like, Shura no air swim, so I thought it was a win-win. Enjoy watching speedruns purely for the skills, routing, and strats. Don't always care about this, but watching people like you and Ain have made it more enticing to watch. Nice. Also the aspect of competing against yourself, which some people enjoy. Yes, but that's not exactly relevant to the current conversation. Totally. If you really like a category and you want to grind down the category for yourself because you enjoy it and you grind it down, nothing wrong with that. If you make an unbeatable record no one can ever beat because you're just like, damn, I just really like this category, and you just go for it on your own. The only thing that I find a little annoying about Wormdog is, oh, I've heard someone is going to take my category, and even though I wasn't interested in it right now, now I am interested in preserving it. So that's no longer competing against yourself, that is competing against someone else. You know? If he just happened to already be grinding a category that I wanted to do, and then he keeps lowering it because he was just already doing it, fair enough. But, you know, if it's a, I don't want anyone else to have it, it's minorly annoying for me. Totally within his rights, and obviously very skilled thing to do, and if he enjoys it, who am I to take that away from him? But annoying for me. You like Shura best of the endings? For speedrunning, absolutely. I think just the faster runs are more fun. Ready on the Blasphemous Archie, not gonna lie. It's gonna be fun, although Blasphemous might not have a lot of checks. We'll see, who knows. If it doesn't, that's fine. Souls-like games have telegraph-based fights. Is that the winning formula to perfect it? By learning the telegraphs. Pretty much. I mean, I'm assuming you're not talking about speedrunning. If you're talking about speedrunning, it's making a script. It's if I do exactly those moves every time, I will always win. And then I do exactly that, then I deflect exactly 2 times, then I jump on his head, then I mortal draw, and he's dead every time. Speedrunning is about making scripts. Winning casually is just about learning all the telegraphs. Yes. Let's work for you. You can do 100% checks easier. Yeah, I mean, and if I finish early, it just means I get to say, peace, I'm out. I keep jumping late. I keep jumping a little late. You can actually jump quite early as long as you stay right. Casual play is reactive, I feel like, where speedrunning is pragmatic. I mean, speedrunning is pragmatic and reactive. I mean, I don't think pragmatic is the opposite of reactive, is it? Yeah, that's how I should do it. That's slightly too early, but it works, so always err on the side of too early. Always jump right at the entrance. There's a little bell that I jumped just before. Algorithmic, not pragmatic. Ah, gotcha. You see that little bell on the floor? I don't know if it's a bell, but it looks like a bell to me. I jump a little before that. I need to make sure that my character is like in the air before that. And I need to be as right up against the wall as possible. So like, you know, in theory, you get running, you go, and you jump. Has speedrunning ever stopped being fun and started feeling like a chore after the nth attempt? Yes. Yes, it has. In Elden Ring, specifically. You react to a lot of stuff on speedruns, at least in this game. Yeah. In Elden Ring, the any percent glitchless category of that game, there was definitely a time where I was just like, come on, I can get a better time than this. But it was just a chore to just slog through runs that are just RNG heavy, reset city, spend 20 minutes writing torrent just for the first boss to give you bad luck and you reset. It got to be pretty brutal. Would you say any current world records in Sekiro are category killers? This current one in this category is probably the closest. The reason that it might not be for some of the other ones, even though some of the other ones are also very strong, is because there's much more possibility for new time saves to be found. But in Glitchless, we can't find a new glitch. It wouldn't be allowed. And Shura has been, like, analyzed and optimized so much that, yeah, this current one. I mean, I do think it will still be beaten, but... it's probably going to be beaten by the same person who said it. Yuruka will probably be the person to beat Yuruka. Like, so good they kill people's desire to run them. Well, only if they care about world record. Like, I think a lot of people have stopped chasing the Shura glitchless world record over the years because it just keeps getting so good. Doesn't even have to be the current Yuruka record. Like, time for the backup. Easy backup. Imagine open world games would always be inconvenient to speedrun. Kind of. To be honest, like, I said the, 20 minutes of writing torrent and then something goes wrong on the first boss. The problem isn't really the 20 minutes of writing torrent. The problem is the something can go wrong on every boss and instantly kill the run. Like, I think the Elden Ring run, if all the bosses were more consistent and there were more backup strats and there were more, plans for what to do in this case, and, you can make this up where you only lose 3 seconds instead of losing the whole run, I think Elden Ring would be just fine, even with the torrent writing at the start. I don't think it would matter that much if Elden Ring felt more like a no reset game. The problem is Elden Ring feels like a heavy, heavy reset game. Even not at the world record level, because I never was at the world record level in that category. It's still heavy on the resets, while also then taking a really long time to get started. That was the problem. Hope either Z4 or a Chinese runner gets to beat Euro at some point, or get to the same level. They could. There is room. There is time to save. For Glitchless, usually if new strats gets found, it's slower but more consistent. But if you're chasing the world record, you aren't doing. You also find strats that are faster but inconsistent. The time investment is huge and eats your time attempts like crazy. Yeah. There we go. Why? 4x definitely possible, and maybe a high 3x is the limit of current strats. You're being silly with high 3x. Isn't Yuruka's sum of best 36? You're being silly with 3x. That's not possible. 4x, like, barely. And that's why you play all the Souls and Souls-like games on mouse and keyboard. Because I like it. There will never be a run in a category as RNG and also, movement heavy where you can lose 0.2 seconds on just random little movement stuff. There will never be a time within 3 seconds of sum of best. But also Yuruka doesn't do everything. Not even on Yuruka's golds. You're saying Yuruka has never done time save things? Like, I know in the world record, Yuruka did a couple of not the absolute fastest things to save it, to make it a little safer, because that Genny and was just disgusting. That, like, he was like, oh, I can just get the world record even if, or I can get sub 18 even if I don't have a perfect end. Nice. How's it more precise than controller? You can go in exact straight lines on keyboard and mouse, and obviously the camera control is much better. I mean, that being said, it doesn't really matter for speedruns. Both work great, both controller and keyboard. There's a couple of places where there's minor differences, but might as well be identical. They're out with tons more RNG that saves a bit. Maybe it was being silly with 3x, but I don't know. I like to think it's possible. I like to keep it a little more realistic, because I want to celebrate the insane accomplishments that people do get, rather than go, well, theoretically, actually, if you actually tasked it, actually, they could actually have been 3 seconds faster. So, you know, it's not really done yet. I like to be like, oh my god, that is within, you know, 15 seconds of sum of best. That may never be repeated again. Oh my god, that's insane. You know, as opposed to like, well, technically, you could get within 3 seconds of sum of best. Personally, though, I feel better about being super realistic about what's possible. All right, how about some frontside dojo? And then I think we go back to Emma Ishin to finish out the practice. Oh, Comcasting. 600 more dropped frames than last time I checked. Fourth fastest person to ever beat Elden Ring is something I need to flex more. I mean, 'tis a silly category, but yes, technically fourth fastest person to ever beat Elden Ring. Like both ways of thinking, the OMG is the craziest ever, and also this could improve it with this cost. Minecraft has tasks and RNG with mobs and stuff. What's stopping Sekiro from having tasks? Well, in Minecraft, you can fully pause the game, like just pause the game state, which technically we now kind of have the ability to do in Sekiro, that like you can make it run at 0 frames per second effectively, so it can kind of freeze that way. But like in Minecraft, it can literally just like boop, it's frozen, you know. So you can kind of go like frame by frame that way. You can obviously still seed the Minecraft runs, so the RNG of like the seed isn't there in a task. I have no idea about mobs though. I don't know how they deal with mob potential RNG for a Minecraft task. Couldn't tell you. I don't know if mobs are actually deterministic in Minecraft. If you did exactly the same inputs, I do not know. Four minutes is nasty, yep. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Yep. We had to stop. I got 4 minutes and 20 seconds as my PB in zip percent. I couldn't ruin that. Flex number 1 in AI limit? I mean, why do I gotta flex anything? I like not flexing things. I like leaving it up to someone to go, hey, do you have any world records? And I go, well, I do actually have the world record in AI limit. That I played that game for like a week and then I got the record and then I moved on. You know, like I don't need to flex that. I don't need to like bring it up out of nowhere, but I like just having that ready in the pocket in case anybody asks. I feel like people are more impressed when they naturally ask and you've got a story as opposed to just being like, step aside, non-world record holders. World record holder coming through. I beat AI limit faster than anyone else. They're not deterministic at all. Well, I thought maybe it's possible in Sekiro too. I don't know, maybe. I could not tell you the tech that they use in Minecraft to tacit, so don't know. That's exactly how I talk, actually. Oh. But saying I have the sex percent world record. Oh. Oh. There we go. There we go. Right. Oh, that should not have worked, but it did. Okay. I'm getting nervous on this skip for some reason. You just send it like that. It's not that hard. Haven't got around to play Bloodborne? Well, they still haven't got around to putting it on PC, so I have played like 5 minutes of Bloodborne. I killed like a werewolf and opened a gate and got a lantern. It's there, it's just unofficial. Eh. Let's see me stream that one day. I'm telling you, if it gets an official release, will be 1 million concurrent viewers. Souls Pro actually plays Bloodborne for the first time on PC. Not a joke. Also, Bloodborne list. Crazy how it's console exclusive still. Yeah. Well, I was holding right. I swear. It's just around the corner, I swear. I was holding right. Was I not? What am I doing? What's wrong with me? I'm holding right. I must be holding right just after I press jump. You gotta do it just before. Okay. Oh, now I'm in my own head. There we go. Bluepoint was getting into remaking it before Sony sacked them. Shame. Well, they were told to stop remaking it before they got shut down. So, they were working on some sort of, or at least the rumor is they were working on some sort of God of War thing when they got shut down. Because they had been working on a Bloodborne remake for rumoredly like 2 or 3 months before Sony said, hey, stop that. If it comes out on PC, need to marathon it. If Kai did it, then I need to. Actually, yeah, that would be a good marathon. I've never done like a full marathon of a game. Stream doesn't end until I type thing. Not pleased with Dust Plus being switched to exclusive. Not pleased either. You mean FromSoft say stop that? That's a separate rumor. The rumor that seems credible did not say that FromSoft said stop that. There is a separate rumor that said FromSoft told Sony and that Sony told Bluepoint that FromSoft told them to stop it. Which I think if you think about for a second, it doesn't make any sense. I think it's very possible that FromSoft didn't want it. But the story that FromSoft told Sony to tell Bluepoint to stop, and that Sony told Bluepoint that it was FromSoft's fault that they needed to stop, makes no sense. They wouldn't, like, pass the blame like that. That makes no sense. It's still possible that's kind of what happened behind the scenes, that FromSoft did say, hey, we didn't like their Demon's Souls remake, don't let it. But then Sony would have just said, hey, stop working on it, work on this God of War thing. They wouldn't have said, FromSoft told you no. Nah, it's on them, though, actually. It's FromSoft's fault. So the story, as it's told, doesn't make sense. It clearly is just speculation. Possibly true, but just speculation. The actual rumor that seems to be legitimate and credible is just that they were working on a remake and Sony told them to stop working on that and work on a God of War thing instead. That's the only thing that is credible. Well, credible-ish. It's still just a rumor, but... I also think in all interviews we've heard, I think Miyazaki has generally praised the Bluepoint remake of Demon's Souls, which, I mean, it's possible he just secretly hates it, but I don't think we have any evidence that FromSoft actually hated the remake by Bluepoint. I think that might just be something that haters of the remake made up and attributed to Miyazaki. But I believe in all... So why is it not jumping to the right? I guess. Anyone who worked in office is familiar with that blame shifting? I don't know. Is there some major difference between the original Demon's Souls and the remake? I've only played the new one. The art in some places is different. The fat guy that runs up away from you up some stairs or something in the original is like a masked, almost like jesterly character, and in the remake looks more like the, you know, disgusting pigly faced mayor. The flame lurker in the original is like made out of like rock with like fire, like, you know, that you can see underneath the rock. And then in the remake, he's like a complete fire monster made out of fire. Stuff like that. Stuff that, like, doesn't really matter that much, but people like to get all up in arms and very upset about. Ah! Oh. You hate the world tendency thing in Demon's Souls. Well, I haven't played Demon's Souls all the way through, but yes. Yes, I do hate it. Even not having played the game, I hate it. Ah! Got it, but in general, it did it justice. In general, it's like a one-to-one exact remake. They studied the exact frame data of attacks and remade it so that every attack had exactly the same frame data. Backstabs took exactly the same number of frames. R1s and R2s take exactly the same number of frames and have the same, like, distance of hitboxes out that they're swinging, even if their animations are different. Like, they made it super ridiculously faithful in terms of the actual mechanics. With, you know, the slight bit of modernization of you can actually roll in more than 8 directions. And the inventory doesn't suck as much with, like, weight, and you have to go back to drop things off in the item box, otherwise you still have the weight you're carrying around and over encumbering you. And they did a little bit of quality of life, a little bit of convenience. Okay, there we go. I think that's it. That's what I was missing. Never mind. Still getting the not sideways jumps. Are you even more upset for Bloodborne? Yep. But again, if you listen to miserable people on the internet, it was the worst remake of any video game of all time. Because they made a few characters look a bit different. And therefore, FromSoft must have hated it, because I hate it, because they made a few characters look a bit different. And again, it's fine if you're like, oh, I didn't really like those changes. I prefer the original. Totally fine to prefer the original. Just like the ridiculous amount of hate it got that I saw online was like so unfounded. Like, I looked at every example that I could find and it was like, wow, none of this matters at all. Why is it not going right? Somehow I've gotten really bad at jumping to the right. There we go. Didn't know Demon's Souls had shooters like that, to be honest. Apparently. I mean, I guess if Demon's Souls is your favorite of the Souls series, it's probably not for the mechanics of the game. Just being completely honest, the mechanics of the game in Demon's Souls just aren't as good as, for example, Dark Souls 1. And Dark Souls 1's mechanics just aren't as good as Dark Souls 3's. And Dark Souls 3's mechanics just aren't as good as Elden Ring. You know, like, if you like Demon's Souls the most, it's not going to be for the mechanics. It's going to be for, like, the art and the, you know, the story and the weirdness and the wackiness and the... So I guess if, you know, if you feel like, oh, they took away the wackiness that is the reason I like it the most, I guess I understand it. But to anybody who likes, you know, the mechanics of games and all that, it's like, oh, wow, they kept it really faithful to the original. That's really impressive. And to anybody who likes, you know, the fidelity of the art, it's like, damn, it really looks really good, even if it's not exactly the same as it was on the original. Skip DS2. Well, that train of thought, do you think that Sekiro will benefit from a remake? Or it's too recent yet? What would you remake about Sekiro? It looks gorgeous. Gorgeous. Look at it. Gorgeous. You put DLSS 5 over this, picture remains unchanged. What would you remake? I can't think of anything you would remake for Sekiro. It's so modern. They should have changed the outdated AI, honestly. They should have, but they didn't, because they wanted to keep it faithful. Probably best not to frustrate yourself over speculation and conjecture. We don't know what the future holds. Hopeful Bloodborne will be updated either via a remake, master, or a sequel. I'm hopeful as well, but outside hopeful. I'm not expectant. I don't expect anything to happen, but I'm hopeful that maybe it would. How do you remake perfection? There we go. Just download Sekiro lighting engine mod to make the lighting better. I feel like the lighting's pretty good. Honestly, the shadows... Oh, by the way. I'm running the game on low quality. So... I could set it to max. The problem is then it turns on motion blur. That makes me want to throw up in my mouth. Okay, but with motion blur off and max, gorgeous. And now the shadows actually look good. The shadows are the one thing I really noticed the difference on between settings. I don't know. I still feel like it looks just a little strange to me on max settings. Maybe just because I've gotten used to low settings, but I'm a fan of the low settings. Who the hell uses motion blur? People that don't know to turn it off and just get used to it. Nobody likes motion blur, but some people leave it on because they forget about it. If your game has really, really, really low frame rate, we're talking like under 30, motion blur can kind of help to disguise it so it doesn't look so chunky and crunchy. Like frame. Like if it's blurring between, it can be like a little bit like, okay, I guess it doesn't look quite as bad. But high frame rate with motion blur just looks super artificial. Motion blur off before I even pass the title screen when starting a new game. Yep. Wish Sony would undo their decision to keep as exclusive games PlayStation exclusive and release them on PC. Was really waiting for Yote and the new God of War Metroidvania game, Sons of Sparta. Yeah. I wish they would fully reverse it and release their games on PC on day one. Why is it not jumping to the right? What am I doing? Eventually, PlayStation will die. If I had to pick one console that I think would survive the longest, I feel like it's... Well, maybe it's Nintendo, but... in general, I feel like it's PlayStation. PlayStation can kind of be entirely replaced by a PC, but then, like, in theory, so could Nintendo consoles. You just have, like, the Steam Deck or whatever. Xbox, they're already on the way out. Their door is closing there. Well, obviously, PC will survive forever. Every console can die, and PC would survive. Like, it's impossible for PC to not survive. Like, what are we gonna do? Just move past the need for computers? Like, yes, our entire society will just no longer use computers for anything. We'll go to the age of writing letters by hand or something. Cloud gaming only. Well, I guess that is kind of the way they're trying to go with it. There we go. On a game console repair shop? I don't like hearing these things. I didn't say game consoles were going away. Just that if they did, PCs would stay. That's all I'm saying. You can't kill PC. You could kill consoles. You can't kill PC. It isn't possible. There we go. Okay. Honestly, it's just about locking in. If I'm locked in, I think I hit it every time. I think I'm just not locked in. I want to move back to Emma Ishin, and then we'll do some runs. But I really want to make sure Emma Ishin is locked in. Windows might not survive with how things are going. Sure, but then, you know, it's Linux or whatever. But PCs as a thing will exist. I'll be personally killing consoles specifically to end your business. That's true. With these RAM prices, PC is in trouble. Kinda. I mean, the ability for a person to purchase a PC is struggling right now, but it's because PC is so in demand, not because all of a sudden we're gonna not have any more PC. It's just the PCs are very highly in demand by data centers that we all hate, that are making our video games actively look worse while running only on a setup of dual 5090s. Okay. This game is so quality slop core. True. This game is just quality slop. Cloud infrastructure and affordable options turning to crap like Chromebooks that require server-hosted stream gaming aren't great for gaming either. Yeah. Be able to play the game you own Steam on the new Xbox machine in the future, so eventually if PlayStation realize their titles on Steam will be available on Steam. I didn't quite understand. God, I love jump, double deflect, in phase 2 Ishin. It's so good. It's so good. I love that strat. It's hard, though. I mess it up, like, a third of the time. Nice. I bet you only like quality slop because it's good. What a good shit post. On practice, I'm planning any runs too. Of course we're planning runs. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to throw on the final boss. It's only been 3 hours of practice. That's not even that much. Well, it is that much if Comcast ends our stream early because the YouTube stream goes down because the internet disconnects. But as long as we get a full regular length stream, that's not much at all. Yeah, that was a really bad luck on Emma. I forgot. There is a strat. He might have been too close to the wall. It might have been impossible to win there, but there is a strat for if he does that. So bonk. That is the most dangerous thing he can do. The thing that you really do not want to see on a PB run. But if he's not too close to the wall, there is a way to deal with it. Weird Emma. Nice. Sword clanking sounds are the best. Yeah, they're so good. Although I do know somebody who says they could not finish Sekiro because of the sword clanking sounds. Because they happen so often that it was like, too much, you know, of the same sound. And they could not deal with it. Play on mute? You can't play this game on mute. It would genuinely be a bit of a disadvantage, I think. It would be a little harder. PTSD from when I was fighting in Sengoku era. Yeah. Well, that worked. Other one's going? Just been practicing so far. Dorishin. Dorishin is scary. Dorishin is a monka. You do not want Dorishin. It runs in 3 hours? Yeah, we've been practicing. We practice at the start of stream. In theory, I could also practice at the end of stream if I have things I need to practice, but usually I just kind of bullheadedly continue runs even if there's things I need to practice, and then I just practice the next day. It didn't... Well, that's very sad. Oh, that's not good. Okay. I try to spare 30 pounds for this game since it's on sale, but you literally don't. Oh, it's on sale right now? Recently, Aggie was on a huge PvP pace run for the Sekiro randomizer, but accidentally broke the iron code when Al asked. Would you take a break from running if that happened to you? Probably not. I've done that before. I've done that before on PvP pace. On PlayStation, it's on sale. Is it on sale on Steam? Can you do the falling MD after stomping on his head? Not safely, but I think you could risk it if you needed to. Not on sale on Steam. Oh. I can, yep. Not on sale. Weird. I feel like usually it goes on sale on Steam. Nope. Nope. No trailer for Sekiro. Get out of here. Usually goes on sale on Steam at the same time. Did Shura on an all bosses run, yep. On PV pace, classic. It's better to practice at the beginning, more focused, not as tired at the end of stream. Depends how busy you were before streaming. I feel like it's, I mean, in theory, it's best to just mix them in. Do runs to figure out what you need to practice, then targeted practice, what's going wrong in runs. Oh, I got height diffed. That's so sad. Fallen Order is 92% off $319. That's... wow. I would buy that if I didn't already own it. Which I do already own it, right? Let me check. Hold on. I don't think I only spent $3 on it. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Yep, I own it. I don't own Survivor, but I do own Fallen Order. Oh, apparently I also bought Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, which I don't think I've ever actually played. KOTOR. I actually ended up as, like, not too bad of an Emma, even though that was very poorly played. Nice. Alright, let's call that good enough on practice, I suppose. We'll see how runs go. Have I ever played Outer Wilds? I have not, no. I have heard good things about it. However, from Aggie, who I think is the person who shares my taste in games the closest out of almost anyone, he also hates Nioh, loves Sekiro, you know, loves Elden Ring. Same Resident Evils are our favorite. Said it was pretty good, but not as incredible as people say. Was my favorite boss from Crab Souls game? Probably Roland. He did not like Outer Wilds very much, yeah. Isn't Outer Wilds like pseudo story game? Yeah, like story puzzle, from what I've heard. Yeah, not a good ogre. Oh well. Outer Worlds was kind of bad, to be honest. Oh yeah, it's unfortunate that Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds were two games that came out same year, I think. And two very different games. Close. Have I ever played the game Biomutant? No, I don't know what that game is. And I hear rebels for liking Code Vein 2. Even fans of Code Vein don't seem to like it that much. Why not? The story was pretty fun. The combat was solid. The open world was a little barren, but once you got into the, you know, legacy dungeon bits, I thought it was basically just Code Vein 1. The jackets were sick. Like, I can totally get being like, it wasn't as good as Code Vein 1. Like, fair. Maybe it wasn't as good as Code Vein 1, but like, there's a lot of stuff to like in there. I need to put Canyon on my practice? No, I'm doing better not practicing it than I ever did when I practiced it every day. Did I start local recording? I did not. My success rate on Double Canyon has been solid recently, despite not practicing it at all. So I'm not jinxing it by not practicing it. Canyon practice feels like all on red practice past a certain point. Yeah. There's kind of only so good you can get at trying to time the visual cue. And maybe I could improve my success rate by 10% or something with practice. It's very possible, but... I also don't practice Gyobu, even though Gyobu is probably the hardest, like, boss in this run, because it's just a strategy that I've been doing for so many years at this point that, like, I just kind of know what to do. I'm not really practicing Bull, because it's kind of the strat I've been doing for years, with, like, a minor twist, but, like, the twist doesn't make it any harder. Like, I'm mostly just practicing the stuff that's new. The stuff that is not what I've always done. And runs themselves are, in a way, practice. Like, you don't really need to practice Ogre, for example, even though I maybe should. Because I get practice on every single run that gets to Ogre. I'm practicing. Frontside way better for me than Canyon? Well, frontside is way better for everyone than Canyon. Frontside is consistent. You just do it right and it works. Canyon is a frame-perfect input that's beyond human abilities to do consistently. Second try, Double Canyon puts us behind, but not so far behind. A good Gyobu can definitely make up for it. Could never stop practicing Gyobu. Feel like I would lose a lot on Gyobu if you stopped practicing it. Could be. I don't know. Like, I don't feel like at this point there's anything really that hard about Gyobu. Except for how to stop that. Is there a way to make it so Gyobu never does that? What do you mean that didn't deflect? Oh, I mean, it's just a definite dead run. Got the worst possible luck in phase 1, and then that in phase 2. Mutant was kind of childish and crashed enough that you said hell no with that. Had potential, though. This is the same category I was coaching Ness on. Yes, correct. What are the achievements like for this game? Is it like Elden Ring where you have to collect legendary stuff in that? You have to, not legendary stuff. You have to collect and upgrade all the prosthetics and get all the skills. And everything outside of that kind of is free. Just do all the endings and then collect all the prosthetics and all the skills. And that's about everything for all achievements for this game. Getting all the skills is the thing that takes a long time. You can lower the chances of it on 3 hits if you dash back. You go towards his back, not fully. Always has a chance of doing it, okay. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Bad luck, Mitch.
Hey, what the heck, Chris? What the heck? D:. The endings were the hardest for you. You grinded the skills easily. But, I mean, if you can beat the game once, you can just do it again, but with another ending. I mean, I guess you kind of have to look up one of some... Maybe it was hard because you didn't want to look anything up, but... Almost always the skills are the last achievement that people do. Find child ending, didn't use resources. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah. Trying to figure out all the steps to that, that is a puzzle in itself. Every time Chris is in chat, I want to ask him about things, and then I'm like, I don't know if those are announced yet. I shouldn't. I probably shouldn't. Sup? Ah, the unlucky attack. Very slow ogre because we got unlucky. Oh, and extra slow because if you end the fight near there, it can queue up grabbing the edge when you're just spamming through the pop-ups. We can all collectively keep a secret. Yeah. I mean, I do in general feel like it's not like leaks are that bad for like, I don't know, if we were gonna do like an archipelago or something, it's just like the only reason not to leak it is because you don't want to leak any specifics, because then if the specifics get changed, because plans just change, you know, plans change, then you don't want to disappoint people where it's like, I thought you were gonna do this, and it's like, well, we changed the plans. I have altered the plans. Pray I do not alter them further. Ah, double unlucky. Oh, but I got the headshot to save it! Holy... He's done it. Turned the bad luck into the good luck.
Good luck, Mitch.
Second phase kind of sucked, though. Is a double canyon like a giga super delayed jump, unlike delayed jump for other skips? No. It's a regular delayed jump. But depending on the ledge, it can be easy to get a delayed jump or hard to get a delayed jump. Quick question, can you do the close range waterfowl dodge on keyboard and mouse? I don't know, I've never tried. Like, is it possible? Yes, people absolutely do it. Can I specifically do it? I don't know. I have never tried to do the close range waterfowl dodge. If I ever did a speedrun that involved Millennia, I would probably learn it, but given that I currently have no real reason to be an expert on Millennia, I think my running away strat is good enough. Aw, he ruined it. Yeah, that's another like 3 or 4 seconds lost. Yeah, 4 seconds lost. Unfortunate. It's probably a dead run, but I'll continue. So far it has been really unlucky Ogre, really unlucky Gyobu, really unlucky Bull. Can we get really unlucky Genny as well? Well, we can get me missing frontside dojo. Now it is definitely a reset, but... Plan to submit Sora Glitchless or some other category to SUDQ. Yes, you can submit up to 5 categories per game. I'm going to have that filled out for Sekiro. I'm going to say whatever you want, GDQ. I'm your guy. Okay, I dodged in, but I got hit anyway. I think that's enough health for 1 lightning. So yes, so far perfectly unlucky Genny phase 1 with the arrows. Plenty of health. Not even close. Yep. You think a no-hit run would be viable if you go for something like a soft reset? I mean, I've done a no-hit at GDQ. I mean, I was not successful. I got hit 3 times, but... You just... try not to get hit. You try to get hit as few times as possible, and if you get hit, it's okay. You just keep going. That was probably the most nervous, second most nervous I've been for a run I've ever done. First was probably blindfolded GDQ. And then second was probably hitless. Yep, this is, by the way, this is 0% chance to PB. I'm just continuing to do no reset first run of the day to make sure I've got everything all sorted. I think your runs get a lot better after your first finished run of the day. So, getting a first finished run early is usually a good idea. Did a blindfolded. Yep. It was, I think, my first solo... Yeah, it was. It was my first ever solo GDQ run. My only previous GDQ run was a race versus Aggie. Blindfolded was cool, and there are new blindfolded strats to learn. Would be cool to go back to it at some point, but it is probably, you know, a multi-month endeavor. You gotta want to do just that for a while. I've seen the RE2 remake no-hit run at GDQ. Yeah, that was I want to say the event before I did the hitless Sekiro and was part of the inspiration for submitting it, I think. 5. Did I see the new Dune 3 trailer? I did not. But I did like Dune 1 and Dune 2, so... Yes, I'm pretty sure I finished Dune 2. I'm pretty... Wasn't it gonna be called Dune Messiah? Is it just Dune 3? I'm a big fan of Dune 2, to be honest. Why not? Just Dune 3. I guess they figured that would make more people go, wait, I have to finish seeing it. It's the next numbered one. As opposed to Messiah. Was that like a spin-off or something? Roberto. Wasn't exactly how I meant to do that, but it worked. World building of one a lot, so them being stuck on one planet when Team of Jesus wasn't for you. Yeah, Dune is kind of a, an interesting intersection of two things. There's, like, the really cool, you know, world building and, like, the space travel and the faster than light with the spice and the navigators and the ow ow ow. And then there's the actual, like, main story of, you know, revenge and religion and
the spice and the oh.
Yep. Ow, ow, ow. This is the run that gets all the bad luck, as someone mentioned earlier. So far, it has. It was a bad luck on Roberto. It was bad luck on folding screen monkeys. It was bad luck on Genny. Yeah, it has been 100% oops, all bad luck so far this run. I don't think there has been a single part that has been good luck. We could cap it off with dying in Gunfort. I mean, granted, I have also made a big mistake that lost me a bunch of time missing Frontside Dojo, but we would be way in the red anyway just because of how unlucky we've gotten. Chris actually gave us the bad luck, Mitch. Huh. But actually, good luck through Gunfort. Gold! I really didn't even save that much time not using Gotching. That was, I think, a perfect Gunfort, but... basically didn't save any time. Maybe my movement was bad somewhere? I don't know. Nice. And did that skip get found there? Which skip? Just the jumping down and grappling? Like, day 2? Gold! not gold. The heck? Oh, the Discord notification. What about Comcast these days again? Fully cut out the stream last night, and the YouTube stream never recovered. The Twitch stream came back, but the YouTube stream never recovered, and I was like, I don't want to deal with this. So I ended stream early. And also, just in general, we've been having a lot of frame drops. That leads to players or people getting their, like, video and audio desynced and things like that, just because my internet just sucks. Oh, frustrating. Yep. Very. How long would it take for a non-speedrun person to get like sub 40 in this? Are you following a guide, or are you just non-speedrunning it? If you are non-speedrunning it, you probably would never do that. But if you are following a guide, for example, my Shura Glitchless tutorial, maybe like a week or two. If you just practice all the things that are in the tutorial, you'll probably get a sub 40 on one of your first few runs. As long as you know, sufficiently practice. Self-plug. Yep. I mean, it's the only thing I can recommend. I can't recommend you a different tutorial. They don't exist. It's just that. Okay, very nice phase 2. Basically perfect. Phase 1 was, I think, 1 or 2 hits off from perfect. This might still gold. It's gonna be very close if not. Oh, tied my gold. Not quite a new gold, but tied it. Close enough. Okay, well, good Emma. Apparently not. +3? I'm surprised. That didn't feel like a bad Emma. I actually think the Emma was good. I think it might have been my dialogue mashing that was bad. Really good Ishin, though.
Sekiro.
Yeah, really good Ishin. 3 seconds off PB. Despite all the unluck that we had. Dialogue plus Emma backing up, I guess. Didn't see the swimming. The swimming was the correct number of swims. The swimming was fine. I mean, I probably lost some small fraction of a second, like 0.3 or something on the swimming, but not bad. You're right there. See, that's what I've been saying. The thing is, I've had runs where instead of being +15 on Centipede, we've been -10 on Centipede. So 25 seconds faster than this pace. And every time the end is just a disaster of getting all the worst luck. This time it all started with worst luck, worst luck, worst luck, worst luck, worst luck. And then at the end it was like, oh wow, that was actually really good luck. Just to taunt me. The best looking real good. Hope next PV will be big. Hopefully. If I could get sub 29, I'm done with this category forever. And by forever I mean, you know, for like a year or two until I get the itch. But sub 29.15, I'd be done with the category for now. I'd be happy with doing other things. Moving on to a new project. Unless I feel like, but I could get sub 29 so easily. Half turn. I drank enough this night? Yeah, I had a 32 fluid ounce and 2 cups of water so far tonight. A 32 fluid ounce of what was it called? The juice type thing from Chipotle. Definitely can get sub 29 in less than 2 weeks. You'd be surprised. You think? Don't make me want for it. Because this category is so random. The problem is the randomness is just so tough to deal with. Juice type thing from Chipotle. Yeah. The I want to say like agua fresca, something like that. If Dasha was here, he'd know what I was talking about.
Words.
Words. What a weird ogre that was. Not good at all, but continuable. Okay. This monkey does look fancy. Not sure if it's actually faster. It's actually slower, but since you don't have to pick up the gotchine, you get to save the time not picking up the gotchine before ogre. As long as you also do gotchine this ogre. Okay, that was a very good Gyobu. Yeah. Well, yeah, but Passy, it's only faster overall. The actual monkeys itself would be faster with gotchine, I'm pretty sure. Gold! It was indeed a good Gyobu. Just mean overall. Gotcha. Yeah. Whoa! Blah. Well, how? And then you miss. Yeah. That sucks. Isn't Gachinless Ogre just faster, though? But then you don't have the Gachin. It is faster as an overall with not picking up the Gachin, so the split overall is faster to not pick up the Gachin, and then... It's about the same time of actually killing Ogre. Like, because the difference is either the Gachin animation, which is like a second or two, versus having to run a less direct path so that the enemies don't see you, and do a ledge grab and pull yourself up, which I believe costs like a second. So... I think that loses more time overall than using the Gachin. I believe if you spawned with infinite Gachin, it would be faster to use the Gachin on Ogre and faster to use the Gachin on monkeys. You only save the time of not having to pick them up. That was the whole point, was just to not pick it up. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. The whole point is you get to skip picking it up. That's why it's faster. Ugh. Ugh. Why is the tutorial so bad? What happened? What did I do wrong? Whatever. I kind of wanted to reset anyway. Grapple cancel if the run is bad enough. I don't know what grapple cancel is. I'm gonna look into Sea of Sorrows. What is that? I have no idea what that is to look into it. Is it like a pirate game? Oh, Silk Song DLC. It's called Sea of Sorrows? When is that? Is that announced? Is that when did... I mean, yeah, I'll look into that for sure. No date. Okay, well then, I don't really know how I'm supposed to look into it with no date. Ten years later. Fast way of doing gotchiness monkeys, but fully RNG. Ah. Fun stuff. Oh boy. Yo, Marundi. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Turn back just barely too early. The opposite of the way I usually fail that strat. Usually I turn back too late. Recently released a patch for Silksong and says probably the final planned one before DLC. Ah. Doesn't necessarily mean DLC is close, just that they're gonna stop updating the game. Oh, thanks for the good luck, Zoodle. It's kind of close, actually. I mean, we have no release date, so it could be and it could not be. Fix the glitch in Silksor all the way to Blasted Steps. Was that used in a speedrun? That sounds kind of funny. The Sekiro sequel announcement when the anime comes out. See, that's what I'm saying. You watch the final episode of the Sekiro anime, and it ends with Sekiro will be continued. ... In Sekiro 2. Launching today. Boom, shadow drop, Sekiro 2. Turns out FromSoft was working on it this whole time. They kept it under wraps. Just for the greatest shadow drop of all time. What a weird ogre. That was... That is one of the stranger ogres I've ever had. I would be so pissed Lamau he'd be on vacation or something. What if he isn't on vacation this time? Double Canyon, yep. That was weird. It's an alright Yobu. Art style ended up looking exactly how I'd want a Sekiro anime to look, which you're pretty stoked about. Yeah, I didn't like the way the flashbacks looked in the trailer, but everything else I thought looked really good. I agree about the flashbacks. Yeah. Like, I get what they were going for. Supposed to be, you know, surreal and stuff. It just... I don't know. It didn't look that visually appealing. Alright. Pretty good. Imagine how good it'll look with DLSS 5, though. True. Oh, weird. Okay, this is weird. Well, that sucks a lot. He did an attack that he cannot ever normally do because there was an enemy there for him to target instead. Oh. Okay, well, the run's dead. Never mind. That sucks. They didn't quite get the shot of opening door shining light on Wolf's face quite right. Was it that scene? If it was that scene, then I agree with you. They didn't get it quite right. Excuse me. Funny meme. Haha, haha, funny. Also same voice actors? I believe it is all the same voice actors. The only question mark is Owl's voice actor unfortunately passed away. But is still credited in the anime, so he may have recorded all of his voice lines beforehand.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Sounded like him in the trailer. Yeah. I think they definitely at least got him for some of the voice lines, but it might be... If they didn't get all of them, they might have to have a replacement owl. Nice. I teleport there? It's to get a free heal. You teleport to last communed idol and it puts you after the bull. And it loses like 0.2 seconds or something, but gets you a full heal. Well, that's not great. Yeah, I was just barely not far enough behind him to get the long turn. Was a heal for Genny Lightning? Mostly in case I got shurikened or arrowed or anything. I was at like half health there. Which is not great to be at going into the run up to Genny where you can just get hit by shurikens with nothing you can do. I still can't believe that Nvidia was like, look, you can apply an AI filter over your gameplay if your computer has two 5090s in it. And we're like, this will make people excited. This will be the future of gaming. I can't, that blows my mind. They thought that was a good idea. Everybody the CEO saying gamers were wrong and had no clue. Oh boy. Oh boy. They probably pulled a lot of voice lines from the game. I do think I recognize some of the voice lines in the trailer were just voice lines from the game. But I imagine that won't be all the voice lines. The after of Hogwarts looks so much worse too. So many wrinkles. Yeah, it was weird. It was like, that's a different guy. I haven't even played Hogwarts, and I was like, that's a different old lady. That's a different guy. All that voice actor is credited. Yeah, I saw that. Pretty good ogre. It was kind of weird because he grabbed early even though I was way behind him, but he missed because I was way behind him, so it worked out. All right, have a good one. Copy. Hope the anime isn't just a one-to-one of the game's narrative. The advantage that movies have over games is visual storytelling. I mean, it already isn't... I could see from the trailer isn't going to be an exact perfect one-to-one. There was more, like, flashbacks that aren't in the game that I could already see. And there was, like, him climbing up some sort of structure with, like, grappling multiple times. There's no structure in the game that looks like that, so definitely there's gonna be, you know, at least a bit that's not exactly just, this is the game. Damn, didn't get the headshot. Really needed it. He's just doing all the worst moves. Okay, ending, I guess. Kind of looked a little like Senpo to you. Yeah, I think it is Senpo. It's just that's not a structure that exists in Senpo, so it could be some sort of narrative added to the monkeys fight. Maybe he gets like knocked off and has to like climb his way back up in the ethereal realm or something. Just, you know, random guess, but it definitely was not an actual structure that exists in the game. Exaggerated Ashina Castle would be your guess. No, it was too, like, not filled in. Ashina Castle is, like, solid. It definitely looked like Senpo. Yeah, really bad luck on Yobu. Sucks. Oh well. He truly did just go like worst attack, worst attack, worst attack, worst attack. Yo. That never happens. Is this in any way salvageable? It is. Okay. Morning. Gold on bull somehow. Nice. Or the bridge climb to Roberto. No, yeah, that is what it looked like. Yes. I think you're right. I think it's Roberto Bridge. Oh, the last moment. Unlucky. Alright, pretty bad luck on Genny as well. Yeah. All right. I do kind of wonder how they'll, I think they could do a really interesting bit with, Roberto in the anime. Like, really tug at your heartstrings about, you know, his son who's in there. And then, I don't really think it's in Sekiro's character, but you, in theory, could even have Sekiro, you know, find out his son is dead. Tell him. Be like, no, you don't have to guard this, you know. And then he's like, you're lying! And fights to the bitter end. I don't think they'll do that, but they could. Anime Sekiro? When? Doesn't have a release date, but there's a trailer. Well, there's 2 trailers, but the second trailer shows a lot more. Doesn't time save if you could just beat Ishin up right there instead of all the extra steps. True. Did you find out about his son after killing him? In the game, yes, but they don't have to follow the same exact structure if they didn't want to in the anime. But I do expect that instead they'll keep to the structure of the game, and yeah. They'll probably have Sekiro use the firecrackers to stagger him, right? And then he'll like be like, those firecrackers. He'll like, you know, notice right as Sekiro kicks him off the ledge, and he'll fall, and he'll think back, and you know, the firecrackers will have reminded him, and that's when he screams out, Roberto. Cinema. Oh, that's not supposed to happen. It's a little weird. Your timing would have been perfect if I didn't miss that one hit. Yeah. A little unfortunate. I kind of did poorly there. Sekiro hits some 180s into dead angle, jump mortal draws. Cinema. Niwen Sekiro air swims. They genuinely could have like a super subtle reference to air swimming, because you'll probably share a drink with Ishin. You'll probably share a drink with Emma. You'll probably share a drink with the sculptor in the anime. I say you, Sekiro, I guess. And in one of them, he could start, you know, hallucinating that he's swimming through the air. They could do it. When he drinks the monkey booze, which will probably be with the sculptor. Nice. I am John Sekiro, and yes, I am in the anime. Gachin or no Gachin? I actually think we just Gachin. Like, I just don't think it saves enough time. Like, we hardly even golded with it. Beautiful. I don't know how we lost 2.8 seconds there. Like, that was... I feel like a perfect... Gachin gun for it. And I used Gachin in my PV, so... Don't know. Okay. Good. 5% PB chance. 1 in 20. This menuing is not what I'm used to, so hopefully I can get this right. But I don't want to re-menu and lose time. Nope. Damn. I was too nervous, and so I snapped too late. I was nervous about the menuing, and so I wasn't thinking about the snap timing. Damn. I was thinking about how I was gonna double menu over to get to my Ash. And there's definitely no way I can even do... There's like a backup, kind of. But like... There's definitely no way I can do it with... with this. If I had a good 4 Ash, I could maybe do this. There's like apparently a backup that you can do like this. Or something. I don't know the actual, like, the actual how to do it, but there's something. Well, darn.
Hydrate.
Bad timing. You had like, you had a forever and a day while I was sitting there for the hydrate, and you chose exactly after I start a new one. Bad timing. Comcast trolling with the frame drops. Well, that sucks. Nothing I can do about that, though. Okay, great ogre, except for the end where I had to rotate around him. Nice. Nice. Keep it down, I'm trying to watch a video right now. What? I should do what now? Nice. Nice. Hold on. Green. We're actually seeing green. He hits those. I've been kind of on a roll with Double Canyon. Could you keep it up? I'm trying to drown the voices in your head right now. Sorry, I need to concentrate. Woo! That's a tilter. Oh, that's a tilter. We're gonna need a really lucky second phase for this run to be alive at all. Nope. I can't believe I got the turned around and hit in the back. That never happens on Phase 1 Gyobu. Well, it was nice seeing green for the brief time that it lasted. Nothing more arousing than seeing Double Canyon be pulled off. Not the word I would have picked, but... kind of slow tutorial. Not gonna lie, kind of locked in tonight. Kinda schmoovin' and groovin'. Not at my most witty tonight, but I've been pretty quick. GL with the runs. Monkey. It was still a pretty good ogre, but it could have been a really good ogre. And yo, thank you for the good luck. Pink Pangu, thank you for the prime sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. He hits those? Again? Somebody stop me. Oh, really good Gyobu. There had been an earlier hydrate that I had missed, so making up for that. Oh, very nice. Okay. Not my favorite RNG to get from the bowl, but it's fine. Come on. How? Man.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. It was really hard to perform. Not really. It's pretty easy. I just messed it up. Nice. I feel like I'm being a bad streamer right now, but I'm just like locked in. I can feel the PB happening tonight. Ogre? Nice. Streamer PBing tonight. Alert. Just late. I'm even going to start a local recording, just in case. Not even Comcast can stop me tonight. Good. What's up, Lobo? Types of streams, good gameplay, and funny person. This stream has both, just almost never at the same time. You get one or the other. Honestly, I'm not even really like that funny of a person, more thought-provoking. Maybe a little funny. On occasion. Alright. Don't go too fast on that menuing. Go around him early. Oh, not the running grab. Oh. That's not supposed to be possible. I was so locked in, I was like, this is the run. But not that was not the run. He's always supposed to either do the standing grab, which just misses, or the overhead slam. In rare cases, he does the elbow drop, which is unlucky. And then in the mega rare cases, he does the running grab, and you just die. Optimizes my PB. It's got a good bit of time to save. Pretty much every split, I could save some time. Didn't grab theirs, run over. Pretty much. It's like a 6-second time loss, which this early in the run might as well reset. Like, if I was okay with taking 6-second time losses, I would just not do double canyon skip. And get, you know, almost every run started. Hate when that happens. It's the swag jump by 1 frame and then it won't let you grapple. It says that they're unavailable even though they're right in front of you. Only up. How's runs? Really unlucky tonight. Really, really unlucky tonight. But I'm playing pretty good, so we've had some solid starts. We've also had some really ridiculously unlucky starts that were behind by 15 seconds. And then still almost PB'd. So. Very likely we get it tonight. Uh-oh, Comcast. I see those dropped frames going up. There we go. I'll get it someday soon. Or, hear me out, I'll get it tonight. I am recording locally, yes. Yo, thanks for the good luck. Okay. What keyboard do I use? Logitech G815. I like it for the low profile keycaps. And it's like a full keyboard, so if I need the numpad for live split or the F buttons to like Alt F4, it's got it all. Based. The low profile keycaps are really nice. They are like a lifesaver when doing like chainsaw percent. Unlucky. Because I just bind it so that I can just run my finger along the number keys at the top and it'll just do chainsaw. Just do the inputs. Low profile goated, yep. He hits those. What does low profile mean? Short. Not large keys. Not like small, not like, you know, phone keys where they're crammed together. Like wide keys, but short. So that you don't have to push them down very far for them to activate. Ah, unlucky. I'd say average. Crimson Desert is mid. Says dead on YouTube. I mean, I haven't played it, but I don't think I will. It, from what I can see, does not look like a game for me. Looks like a game for someone else who is not me. Very polarizing reviews, yeah. It's a game you enjoyed and everyone else hated. Try to figure out its name. So excited for the anime now? Thought that trailer looks amazing. Yeah, that trailer did look really amazing. The disintegration of gaming discourse. Anyway, only about 12 hours away from playing Pekin Desert. Nice. Crimson Peak. Okay. Okay. Solid Ogre. Forspoken. You liked that game. Oh. I mean, it looked okay, aside from the cringy dialogue. Ah! It wasn't great, but it got better as time went on. Apparently some people are getting refunds. They really don't like Crimson Desert. I mean, I haven't played it, but the reviews that I randomly saw before starting up stream all kind of consistently said the start of the game sucks. And then the difference between a positive review and a negative review seemed to be a positive review said, and then it gets really, really good. And a negative review said, and then it continues to suck. So, who knows? Hold 1 second. There. Had to ban a suspicious bot thing in the Sekiro Discord. All right. Doing a DS3 nothing run where you can't use weapon, armor, rings, Estus, just bare fists. And you've been stuck on Soul of Cinder for 4 days now. Any tips? I have no tips. You're better at Dark Souls 3 than I am, if you can do that. I have played Dark Souls 3 maybe twice in my life. I really, really like it. I think it's a really good game, but I have not taken the time to play it a lot. Because I'm not generally the type of person to just play a game over and over unless I have a goal, like a speedrun or something. Oh, Kuro turned. Seems kind of time consuming, that challenge. Yeah, fist only seems pretty tough. The whole point of reviews is that you eventually find someone whose tastes align with you, and then you can trust them. That explain why people would refund the game before playing too. Yeah, yeah. Or at least somebody who you know, like, maybe you don't agree with everything that they say, but you understand where you and them align and where you and them differ. Right? For example, you know that I really, really like Souls-likes, and the closer something is to Souls, the more I'm probably gonna like it. And if you don't like Souls-likes, and I'm like, I really, I think this is a good game, it's a Souls-like, I give it like a 7 out of 10 or an 8 out of 10 or something, and you're like, well, I like Souls-likes way less than Mitch, so I probably wouldn't like it that much, You can also, you don't have to agree entirely, but you can recognize their biases. Or, oh, Mitch gives Wukong an 8 out of 10, but, wishes it was more Souls-like. But you don't want a Souls-like, you just want like a fun, press the attack button a lot action RPG. You might be like, oh damn, then I probably really like Wukong. I should get it. As long as the reviewer, wears their biases on their sleeve and doesn't try to say, no, actually, this is a great game and you're wrong if you don't like it, type of a thing. You can always, take a reviewer, understand what they're saying, and inform your own decision based on it. What about Resident Evil Requiem? That's like an 8. That's like an 8, maybe 8.5 out of 10. That was a fun game. I like that. I liked that game a lot. That was. It's short, and it kind of felt short, or maybe not exactly short, but it kind of felt small-ish. But everything that it has, every moment that's in it, was very good. If you're the type of person who wants to play it again on the harder difficulty that unlocks, and wants to do all the achievements, and wants to do the, speedrun challenge that it gives you and things like that, then that game, almost doesn't have any flaws. It's just a good time. But I kind of just wanted to play it once, so for me, like an 8. I will only buy games you tell me to buy. Okay. Buy Sekiro. And then buy Sekiro. And then buy Sekiro. Single-handedly make it sell more copies than Elden Ring. Just buy millions of Sekiro. This might just be a reset because I missed that. We're now at really, really awkward attack windows where I'm probably gonna have to dodge. Didn't have to dodge, so yeah. Horrible ogre, but continuable, I guess. Of Sekiro on Xbox and PC. Nice. Sekiro, is that not just a copy of Lies of P? Yeah, but they took out all the dodging. Horrible game. How could they not include the dodge? Well, actually, you can dodge in Sekiro, but they made the dodging bad. Minecraft stream when? I don't know. I don't know about this. I've never played Minecraft. What's this about Minecraft you hear? What is it about Minecraft you hear? That I want to do Minecraft Archie, or is this chat slander? I mean, I would consider doing a Minecraft Archie. Also, my multi-chat has broken again. Hooray! You know, but it would have to be an Archie of games that we've never played before, because I've never played Minecraft before, so... Peak Minecraft content for someone who's played is just go into it blind and beat hardcore. Is that you if you die in the game, you die in real life? I don't know that that would be a best first experience. Yeah. No, it's hilarious. If you say so. You love watching people do that, it's so funny. But do they love doing it is the question. It'll take you long, you're a gamer. Perhaps, perhaps. Someone make a bet. I'm making that the stakes. But that can't be the stakes for you. You've already played Minecraft. Why didn't you stagger? You obviously should have staggered. Oh, was something equivalent for you? Perhaps. Have you ever done Deathless Sekiro? Probably from speedruns. Yeah, actually that makes sense. Well, technically not the start, but no, you'd be fine. Yeah, that'd be too easy. Only plays one game and it shows. Yeah, but I'm good at the one game. Why would I need any more games? Pearl Abyss stocks plummeted 30% after reviews. I guess reviews do have some power. Oh, 30%? Reviews that bad? Dark Souls 2, all bosses, plus DLC. No hit, SL1, no rolling, no blocking, no upgrades. Yeah, that seems about fair. Yeah, you can do that right, Chris. Is there a real reason you look at the ground at the start? Yes. It changes the enemy's AI and makes them less likely to startle Kuro, so it makes it less likely that he'll turn away from you. You did no rolling, does that count? Was it also SL1, no upgrades, no hit, no blocking, all bosses, plus DLC? It could have been, who knows? Ah. Who knows? Honestly, of all the Dark Souls games to do no rolling, it seems like Dark Souls 2 would be the easiest. You just kind of walk around enemies. Ah. 1 frame late. Tank with life gems. True. For Crimson Desert, I still say it's about trailers and expectations versus the actual game. Somehow it was really hard to find gameplay stuff. I mean, that's still the fault of the developers or publisher or whoever, if so. That is still a fault of the game, even if it's not specifically the gameplay exactly. Setting people up for bad expectations is not great. But again, I mean, like, the reviews I've seen have all just kind of said the start is bad. So maybe the start is actually just bad. And maybe it gets good later. But maybe the start is genuinely just dog. And that's why people are giving bad reviews after not playing very much and refunding and stuff. Has exactly the flaws and strengths of Black Desert. Super bad puzzles, bad storytelling. Everything feels as if there was a mandatory part missing that makes it complete, different things to do. Great combat and nice world building. Crimson, yes, I've heard that too. Yeah. And we'll see if a game's huge part, one of the more important parts, is bad. And the game can still be good. I mean, it's true. It's just, you don't get a lot of opportunities for a first impression. In fact, you get one opportunity. If you make a bad first impression, it can be hard to get somebody back. Something that I also think Sekiro does poorly. I think Sekiro gives a pretty bad first impression, with Ogre being the first mandatory boss. Like, they could have just swapped the Ogre and, like, the General, and it would have been fine. Ogre. First impression is such a hard thing for games. One of the games really had good first impression was Clair Obscur. Yeah, Clair Obscur does a great job with its first impression. Well, maybe not its like very, very first impression. The first like 5 minutes of the game, I was kind of like, I don't get this. But like, the first like hour of the game is good. Always get destroyed by Genichiro every time. Which I always have 6 prayer necklaces and 4 attack power. It barely helps. I mean, it helps a good bit, but yeah. You'll get him and then learn him, and then eventually Genny becomes like the most easy and consistent boss in the game. It's really nice. E33 intro hook is insane. Yeah. Is this my main category, or do I not have one? I guess I don't know what you mean by main category. The category I've run the most is not this one. So if I do have a main category, it's not this one.
It's all about expectation, right? People are hyping Crimson Desert as this masterpiece or once in a 10 years kind of game. But when it came out and it's just good instead of incredible, they label it as a failure.
Like, that's possible, right? Also, thank you for the $5 tip. Let's go. That it's possible that it's that. I mean, I haven't played it. I don't think I'm going to play it. But from what I have heard, it is not just, oh, you set up your expectations here and the game is here and you go, oh man. From what I've heard, wherever your expectations are, the start of the game is actually down here and it gets up to here later, but it starts out down here. And so it genuinely is like, you know, maybe if your expectations were up here and the game starts down here, yeah, you're gonna be pissed. But even if you had reasonable expectations, I have kind of heard that people have gone in and be like, yeah, the start still sucks. And, you know, I wasn't even expecting that much. Like, that it's, like, you have to get used to the controls, that they're, like, very clunky and awkward and unwieldy, but eventually when you get used to them, it's kind of cool. And stuff like that. Haven't played it, so, again, pure speculation, but... That's what I've heard. Oh. Thank you for another $5.
Crimson Desert was never meant to be
There
an
it goes.
open world RPG like Skyrim or RD2. I heard a lot of interviews with the director that it's an action RPG. So it's like a sandbox, do it all kind of game without depth of the story, like E33. It's just misaligned IMO.
Misaligned. Yeah. Yeah, could be. That maybe the developers bit off more than they could chew. Set themselves with too high of a scope, and it would have maybe been better as a smaller, more focused game. Could be, could be. Moving with keyboard and mouse, incredible. Love watching it. Yo, thank you. Dono's a little quiet, isn't it? It is, yeah. I don't know where I would go to change that. It's been so long since I set all that up. So, we'll just deal with it being slightly quiet. I do think there is a lot of benefit in games having simple, at least on the outset, controls, and then doing interesting things within a simple control set. So if it is that the controls are really complicated, that definitely could be something. Like, well, you know, I like Souls-likes. And Souls-likes could not have more simple controls. You use like 2 buttons. The attack button and the roll button. And that's all you need. Ah. Basic controls, simple equals good, and create already within map's geometry context. Enjoyed a great game called Press Spacebar to Win on Newgrounds. You press spacebar and you won? Also, my multi-chat has broken again, and my Twitch chat is tiny still, so... Sorry if I miss messages. So your cat sent that message. Okay, well, it's working now. You gotta press spacebar correctly. Ah. One Finger Death Punch needs only a single key. It's surprisingly good, though. Ah. Yeah, but I mean, like, even in the, like, fighting game, which is, like, they have very complicated controls generally. I like something like a Super Smash Brothers where the controls are super simple. Oh, it's a direction plus A or B. That's how you do all your attacks. A direction and A, or a direction and B. And you can still get such, like, cool, interesting fighting, you know, styles and combos and mix-ups and all this from such simple controls that, like, you look at it and go, oh, I could do that. And then, like, you can't do that. But you're not, like, hard-walled at the start from, like... So what's the input for Shoryuken? What's the input for Tatsumaki? What is a quarter circle? What is a half circle? Let's see what's so hard about quarter circle. 1, 2, 3, 5A, 5A. Half moon, eat a liver sandwich. Yeah. Now, I'm not a true fighting game head. A true fighting game head will be like, you just don't get it. The complexity is part of the fun. But my preference is always... a very low sort of initial or seeming barrier to entry with like controls that don't have any immediate complexity that jump out to you, but you can still use it in complex and interesting ways. Like even just with R1s in Sekiro, you start throwing in, dead angles and 180s and all this, and it's like, wait a minute. Fighting games want you to pretend you're a telegraph operator in World War II. Yep. I mean, honestly, like, I like playing fighting games with other people that don't know the inputs. Where you're just, doing the fundamentals of, like, I've learned, each of the high, low, medium kick, high, low, medium punch, and we're gonna, try to space each other out and stuff like that. But not knowing your inputs, your specials, against somebody who does is just not fun. You're like, oh, I'm doing so well. I kicked him in the face a few times, and I've outspaced this, and you're like, all right, cool. And then they bust out the, and then I use my meter, which does this, and does 70% of your life, and instantly, and you're like, huh? Okay. All right. Honestly, on Street Fighter 6 was the first time you had fun in a fighting game. Ah. That was a really fast ogre. That was a great ogre. Unfortunately, didn't get Double Canyon after. Controls are awesome for a fighting game casual. Nice. I like fighting games, but yeah. How many layers of BS to get through to get good at them? Only on like the second layer or something, yeah. Once had to repair your controller, so you swapped the keyboard and mouse with individualized settings for Hollow Knight. It'll play against your muscle memory. Rated to 112%. Nice. I mean, Hollow Knight is just good on keyboard. No mouse needed, just keyboard. That's like just a really good way to play. The world record Path of Pain is keyboard only. I think, and I could be wrong, aren't like all Hollow Knight speedruns keyboard only? Like the large majority of them? Why aren't you slamming? And welcome to the jamming. Not a bad ogre, though. Advantage to playing keyboard on Hollow Knight, unlike in Sekiro. Yeah, no one was saying anything about Sekiro. This was specifically Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight, like, you can only go in 4 directions. There's no reason to have a control stick. It can only, like, get the game confused as to which direction you want to go. And there's no, like, walking speed versus running speed in Hollow Knight. You're either going or not going. So yeah, I think keyboard would just be better in every way for something like Hollow Knight. An analog stick would just be objectively worse. Slower to change directions, etc. Alright, solid Yobu. Yeah, Yuruka is, yeah, ridiculous at glitchless categories. Very nice. How goes the speedruns? It's been a bit of a tough night on the getting lucky, but I feel like I've been playing pretty well. We've had some good starts like this. We had a really bad start that still almost PB'd because I did a no reset. How's PB chance calculated? It's a mixing of all the splits that I haven't yet done. It randomly picks one time I did each of them. And sees, would that make a PB? If the, 17th time he did Bull, and the 37th time that he did Genichiro, and the 86th time that he did the Elevator, and the second time that he did Roberto, were put together, would it make a PB? And then what percentage of those makes a PB? There we go. Unlucky. All right, really good phase 3 or 2 or whatever. Very nice. Okay. Nice, the fast cutscene that doesn't matter. Nice. Pairing in this game isn't hard, perfect pairing is though. Okay, so neither of those words is correct. Blocking is not hard because blocking is not in any way at all remotely associated with parrying. That's just a block. Blocking is not hard. Deflections, which some people call parries, which are deflections, but you know, if you called it parry, you'd be wrong, but not like super wrong. Yeah, are a fairly tight window. It's 12 frames, or in other words, 0.2 seconds. Mael calls it parries. It is called parries in Expedition 33. You would be correct there. Parry it! But it's much nicer when you use those words just because parry versus perfect parry sounds like, oh, there's multiple, like, special timings. No, one is just literally blocking. Just holding down the block button is your normal defense. So use the synonym. No, you're fine on the you know that, but like blocking just is not. It doesn't. That one doesn't make any. Doesn't make any sense to call blocking parrying. That's just silly.
What happens when I hold down the button?
Nothing. Yeah, it activates on release. But don't hold it too long though, otherwise it'll turn into a woo instead. All right. Unlucky attack, but not too bad. Roberto. Oh, that was a little spooky. We're swarming a bit. On this pace, we are definitely gotching for the gun fort. That's what does killing the first monkey do? Well, you need to kill all 4, so it kills one of the 4 that you need. Nani? Nice. All right. Why do you not lock onto enemies, for example, the monkeys? It depends. It depends on what I want to do. Not locking on generally gives you better control of positioning and allows you to, for example, on monkeys, avoid taking the death blow because the death blow would be slower than just hitting them till their health depletes. Whereas locking on can make sure that your attacks are going in the right direction, even if you're trying to move your character in a different direction. Locking on can also make sure that you get the death blow when you want it. So, it's all just what purpose do you want? Do you want greater freedom of movement? Then you're probably unlocked. Do you want to make sure your attacks and death blows are going to hit? Then you're probably going to be locked on. So, for example, here, I just want to make sure my mortal draws hit and I get the death blow, so I'm locked on to Snake Eyes. I didn't really need to, like, move myself during that. That was a little scary. Yo, Abyss. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Good. Good. Got it this time. Yep. Slow 8, but or phase 1 at least. But hopefully phase 2 will just be good and then it'll be fine. Not good headshots. Oh, what a tragedy. That's infinite time lost. That's actually a dead run. Wow. There was nothing I could really do there. That was just horrendous luck. I guess... no, there is something I could have done there. I could have just not gone for the strat. It was a weird enough situation. I should have just not gone for it. In general, it's good to do what you practiced. And I practiced for that strat, but in this case, it wasn't the correct call. Because I got such bad luck that it was a mistake to try. Ah, damn. Yo, Sev! Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. Oh, that's just so unlucky. Yep. Oh, I had it so easy if Ape just cooperated, but nope, the worst Ape luck of all time. Oh, man. No, it was well before you raided that we got screwed over by Ape. Oh, just the worst attacks you can get. Just the actual worst. On the good RNG? Sorry, we don't get that here. We don't get that here. Sorry, you may need to go somewhere else if you're looking for good RNG. Was this all the bad Miyazaki RNG earlier? There shouldn't be any left. There is an infinite supply. Keep discovering more every day. Yeah, with a good ape that actually was sub 29 even. With an alright ape, it was just a big PB, but with the worst ape of all time, there's nothing I could do. All right. Have a good one, Sav.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Oh, the looking up down is a tech, yeah. It's very funny that looking down is used a few times. I guess looking up is also used for frontside dojo skip, but that's more a camera manipulation to just go in the right direction. Good. How's it going? Oh, it was going great, and then we got screwed over on what would have been possibly sub 29 with the worst ape of all time. I guess it wouldn't have actually been sub 29, but well, would it have? No, not quite, but wasn't close. Nice, good ogre. Watching a ton of RE9 lately. Runs involve constantly walking up to zombies and just looking away. Going, you can't eat me if I'm not looking at you. That's funny. I think I've heard that's the case only in Leon sections, because when you're Leon, the zombies try to get in front of you so that you can parry them. Whereas when you're Grace, the zombies will just eat you from behind. So in the elevator section, you look up and they just blister heads on the other hand are rude. Ah. Gotta be careful of them. Super parent with Leon for the reasons you just mentioned. Nice. I think Dist mentioned it while I was watching. Minus 0.0. Good time save. Why are you not staggering? I don't understand. I don't understand why he's not staggering there. The only thing I can think of is I've started dodging earlier when I know that his follow-up is going to be one of the lunging grabs there because it's guaranteed. So maybe I'm hitting him too early while he's still getting up from the grab and it's eating the stagger. No, there's no headshots on Ogre. You'd think that there might be. There is on, you know, Bull and Ape and even Gyobu, even though it's on Gyobu's head and not the horse's head, which is weird, but, you know. You'd think maybe, oh, Ogre might fit in with the sort of animal theme for headshots, but no. Shame with RE92, I want to run New Game Plus, but not with unlimited ammo. Well, can't you just do that? What's a shame about it? Just do that, right? There's no category for it. Oh. I mean, you don't need a category to run a run, but... it is nice when there is one. Why do you want New Game Plus then, if not for the unlimited ammo? Just saw the Dune Part 3 trailer. Aha. Why do we not take Shinobi Eyes? Because it takes too long to spend the skill points. We don't have the skill points after monkeys to get it. So by the time we would have the skill points for it, going all the way through that menuing to get it would take too long. It would not be worth the extra posture. The extra posture is like 1 R1's worth anyway. It's not like that much. So obviously 1 R1 takes less time than all of the menuing to unlock it. And plus you get access to buying weapons for Leon early. Ah. enough skill points? I thought we did. We do by the end of the run, but not at monkeys where we would want to spend them. Yep. Horrible ogre. Point. Even if we did have enough skill points, it wouldn't be worth the time it takes to skill up for Shinobi Eyes. Just on the chance that we might use a Mikiri counter. It's taking a guaranteed, like, I don't know, 3 seconds of time loss to maybe save back, like, 1 or 2 at most. Ammo glitch thing is also going to be allowed for a new unrestricted category. I didn't know there was an ammo glitch thing. Really new, like last night. Oh, cool. Yeah, I haven't super kept up with the run because I haven't like been running it myself, but I do have some interest in it. It's fun to watch. I kind of wish I had just bit the bullet and just learned to speedrun it on Insanity, no matter how awful it is. Just so that I could say I've run an RE game. It seems like a popular one too. A lot of people are doing it. Have I seen this new Sekiro anime trailer? Yes. Looks very good. Ow, something in my eye. Okay. Well, that lets me deal with this. I've never seen that before. That was like a super buffered input from when I jumped. It's very weird. Speedrun RE6? Why 6? Insanity is painful? Yeah, that's the thing. Speedrun uninstalling RE6, Lamau.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Oh. Doesn't hate anyone, just the things they do. Good way to be. What other non-FromSoft Souls-likes do you have an interest in speedrunning? Super Mario 64. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight Silksong. Any new Rage games that come out. Ape Cheer. Don't put an ape in my... No apes. Ape ruined my life. Too soon. That's fun. Hope I get a chance to do those games soon. Well, I mean, I don't really have, like, plans to actually do any or all of them. They're just all ones that I would have an interest in, theoretically, if I had infinite time. Sometimes it's just fun to dream. Also, a stupid question. What is the target looking circle on the on-screen mouse? No, that's a good question because it doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's how my mouse is moving. So if you see like a dot on like the top of the mouse, that means I'm moving my mouse up. There you should have seen sort of a dot slash line down to the bottom when I moved my mouse down to look down. It's very jumpy though, so it doesn't really help very much. Mostly just comes with the keyboard display that I have. Any chances for PB today? I mean, of course, there's always chances, but our time is kind of dwindling because I don't want to stay up super late. Just in case I have something at normal people hours on Friday that I'll need to be up for. Horrible ogre. It was just all the worst attacks. After I missed a single hit. Ah, close. Yo, the Crystal Sage. I mean, you know what? Speaking of, it's already 4 a.m. Even if I did like one more run, that puts us almost to 5 a.m., which is pretty late. Maybe now is a good time to stop. We did have our one good chance at PB already. And if you just get one of those each night, if you just get one good shot at the end, eventually you will get it. Ape can only troll so many times, so. Wonder if Ogre can be Goomba Stomped. He doesn't have any sweep moves to Goomba Stomp. You can stomp him, it just doesn't do like the bonus damage. The guy mining for diamonds giving up image. Not giving up, we're coming back the next day with a power drill. A jackhammer. What would you use instead of a pickaxe to like mine faster? We're the heavy artillery. I don't know. We're coming back tomorrow. Ready to get it. A mine? Craft? Explosives, yeah. We're destroying those diamonds. Let's raid Cherry Carry, who is also doing Shura Glitchless speedruns. She, I believe, has, you know, somewhat recently learned the category and is going for a better time. She actually already has a pretty solid time. She's got like a 32-minute time. A diamond tip drill. She got her PB today. Holy, okay. Nice. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening. Wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye.